Dobrý deň prajem. Rád by som vás privítal v týchto krásnych priestoroch Business Centra Park. Vážený pán štátny tajomník, ctení hostia, vážené dámy, vážení páni, vážení partneri, milí kolegovia. Je pre mňa cťou vás v mene Americkej obchodnej komory privítať na dnešnej prvej ESG konferencii Americkej obchodnej komory s názvom Innovation is the Future. Presne pred 2 mesiacmi, 21. apríla, sme v Jurkovičovej teplárni organizovali našu konferenciu s názvom Talentism is the Future. Hovorili sme o tom, že tie najvýkonnejšie tímy majú vyrovnané zastúpenie oboch pohlaví, sú postavené na diverzite a inklúzii a samozrejme aj o tom, že na úspešné riešenie komplexných problémov, pred ktorými stojí naša spoločnosť, ale aj svet, nie je možné mrhať talentom a budúca prosperita bude postavená na využití všetkého dostupného talentu. Dnes prinášame inú tému. Budeme hovoriť o tom, čo je ESG, prečo je potrebné o tejto téme hovoriť, čo ESG znamená pre našu spoločnosť, pre firmy, pre podnikanie, ako je potrebné zmeniť naše hodnoty na naplnenie ESG cieľov. A práve potreba zmeny hodnôt, zmeny myslenia, zavádzanie technologických a sociálnych inovácií je to, čo nám môže zabezpečiť prosperitu v budúcnosti. Preto sme sa rozhodli použiť slovo budúcnosť v názve oboch našich konferencií. Vážené dámy, vážení páni, prajem vám zaujímavú diskusiu, veľa plodných, nových inšpirácií a nových informácií do vašej práce. A teraz mi dovolte privítať na pódiu pána štátneho tajomníka Ministerstva životného prostredia, pána Michala Kiču. Ďakujem.
Ďakujem pekne, pán Blaško. Vážení dámy, vážení páni, dovoľte mi pozdraviť vás menom pána ministra životného prostredia Jana Budaja, ktorý poskytol záštitu nad týmto pilotným podujatím Slovensko-americkej obchodnej komory. Je pre mňa veľkou cťou, že práve inovácie sú témou, ktorá rámcuje environmental social governance v rámci spoločnosti a v rámci súkromného sektora. Domnievam sa, že pre Ministerstvo životného prostredia je práve podnikateľský sektor jedným z kľúčových partnerov aj pri presadzovaní jeho cieľov a inováciami sa dokáže zabezpečiť ich plnohodnotné naplnenie. Osobitne by som chcel zdôrazniť, že práve v čase klimatickej krízy životného prostredia a krízy biodiverzity je správne nastavenie spolupráce medzi štátom a podnikateľským sektorom kľúčové pre ich zvládnutie. Je dôležité podotknúť, že úlohou štátu je vytvárať aj motiváciu, ale aj predvídateľné legislatívne prostredie a stanovovať ciele, ktoré chce dosiahnuť aj v spolupráci so súkromným sektorom. Inovácie, ktoré dokáže priniesť primárne súkromný sektor, môžu odpovedať a podnikateľský sektor v spolupráci s akadémiou môžu odpovedať na výzvy, ktorým jednoznačne čelíme. V oblasti klimatickej zmeny je to napríklad adaptácia na zmenu klímy. Môžem povedať alebo že som rád, že sa nachádzame skutočne v environmentálne priaznivej budove, ktorá tiež vznikla za motivácie súkromného a podnikateľského sektora bez toho, že by je to štát nejakým spôsobom predpisoval. Adaptácia na zmenu klímy prináša množstvo problémov, ktoré nebude možné vyriešiť len vďaka reguláciám a ktoré nebude možné vyriešiť len vďaka vôli štátu túto klimatickú krízu a klimatickú zmenu zvládnuť. Je na druhej strane pravda, že práve napríklad aj plán obnovy a odolnosti prináša aj pre podnikateľský sektor motivácie a spôsoby, akým možno zvládnuť napríklad dekarbonizáciu priemyslu prostredníctvom veľkej dekarbonizačnej schémy. Rovnako podporuje v ostatných častiach digitalizáciu, respektíve prináša aj stimuláciu pre podporu inovácií. Ale bez nápadov, bez vôle a bez ochoty práve podnikateľského sektora, ktorého významní reprezentanti tu dnes sú, by aj tieto motivácie a takéto podpory boli asi márne a zbytočné. Pre Ministerstvo životného prostredia, ktoré malo tú česť poskytnúť dnešnú záštitu, dnešnému podujatiu, je osobitne dôležitá obehová ekonomika. Prvky cirkulárnej ekonomiky sú na Slovensku, či už hovoríme o odpadovom hospodárstve, o využívaní a spätnom využívaní tovarov a produktov, sú skutočne, by som povedal, v plienkach. Len prednedávom sme presadili reformu nakladania so stavebným odpadom, ktorá v podstate len dobehla dlh, ktorý máme oproti iným vyspelejším krajinám. Aj v tomto prípade je kľúčová a bola kľúčová aj pri presadení tejto reformy spolupráca práve so súkromným sektorom. Som rád, že v rámci jednotlivých tém sa budú diskutovať práve princípy obehovej ekonomiky, v rámci ktorej sú práve inovácie tým nezastupiteľným prvkom, s ktorým prichádza práve podnikateľský sektor. Osobitne by som povedal, že Slovensko ako automobilová veľmoc bude v budúcnosti čeliť prechodu alebo problémami a bude musieť zvládnuť problémy súvisiace s prechodom na širšiu podporu elektromobility. A práve v čase, kedy čelíme bezprecedentnej kríze, aj energetickej kríze, kedy sa ukazuje, že fosílne palivá nie sú už ani lacné a fosílne palivá z Ruska nie sú ani predvídateľné, je dôležité zamerať sa aj na zmenu energetickej sústavy na Slovensku. V tomto v tomto stojí pred nami veľká úloha spojená s inováciami v oblasti uchovávania energie. A to je presne oblasť, ktorá dokáže za strategického partnerstva medzi vládou a štátom zabezpečiť aj plnohodnotnú transformáciu Slovenska. Dámy a páni, verím, že dnešná debata a dnešné podujatie na mnohé z týchto otázok poskytne patričné odpovede. Som pripravený a samozrejme aj na kritiku, pokiaľ je na mieste, pretože iba takým spôsobom, teda dialogom medzi štátom a podnikateľským sektorom, zabezpečíme čo najlepšie presadenie inovácií, ktoré sú kľúčové práve pre oblasť životného prostredia. Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Mr. Kiča, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Mr. Blaško as well, thank you for opening this meeting. This is the first time that American Chamber of Commerce prepared the Green Conference, and you are part of it. So we are so happy for that. Welcome to the greenest building. You mentioned relatively green, but officially this is the greenest building in Slovakia. And later on, I'm going to have a little poll among you. I would like to find out how you came here today. But before we start, as we mentioned already, the modern businesses are facing different challenges. It's caused either by climate change or supply chain issues or cybersecurity. Of course, we cannot today solve everything, but at least we would like to talk about some solutions. Those solutions might be hidden in 3 words: environmental, social, governance, or ESG. And what does it mean? That's the point that we would like to discuss today. This term came to life in 2005, but last 17 years, not many businesses took advantage of this. So not many businesses are using this for their own good, for their own sustainable growth, and we would like to change it, or at least to discuss about the benefits and possible profits out of these terms. But before we start, let me remind you that you can be a part not only by being here, but you can ask the panelists or the people that will talk on this stage today using Slido. Of course, I'm sure you are very familiar with the Slido. So sly.do or slido.com. Please go into the room. #MChamESG. And you will be able to ask questions. So that's the first thing I would like to remind you of. But the second was the poll that I mentioned. I would like to know how did you come today? So raise your hands who took a car, and be honest, please, because I did so as well. All right, and who took a bike? Really, too? Yeah. MHD, who did take MHD? All right, great. So I would say like 40% green and 60% not that much. Yeah, that's the general fact, and we have to do something about that. Not only in our private lives, but as well on the state level, on the community level, on the Slovak level, of course, on the business level, and even on the global level. And that's why we would like to open with the first panel that will answer many questions according to ESG. And I would like to introduce them. Of course, some of them the half will be online, the other half is going to be in the present. But we start with the half that is online. So it's Mr. Martin Hojsík, member of the European Parliament. He should be already here on the screen. Later, will we have him? Is he here? Yes, Mr. Hojsík.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, we see each other. And next to him is Mrs. Katarína Svatíková, policy analyst, circular economy from OECD. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Those are two members of this panel that are online, but we have two offline, and I would like to introduce them. I will start with Mr. Marian Hlavačka, CEO of Corvin. Hello.
Hello.
Please take a seat. Over there, I would sit the lady into the middle of, if you are okay with that. And take a seat. Thank you very much. And in the middle is going to be seated Mrs. Claudia Tran, head of operations, CB and Esprit. Please join us. Morning. And as I said before, we would like to talk about these three words, ESG. What does it mean? Why does it mean so? And how is it important to do something about those three words? How to vote them into the fabric of the environment of, as I mentioned before, of companies, private companies, public companies, of society, and globally as well. So let's start with a very simple question: why ESG and not something else? And please remember, everybody can answer this question, and you can, of course, follow with some answers if you like. So we would like to start with ladies. So Katarína Svatíková, please, you're the first. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the introduction and also for the invitation to this very interesting panel. If I will be putting on the hat of the OECD, so I will be discussing this from the perspective of an international organization. And from our perspective, ESG can be interpreted in many ways and very broadly. But what it actually means is responsible business conduct from the environmental and social perspective. And I don't know if you know, but the OECD has been working in the field of responsible business conduct for decades now. And it has started already in like 20, 30 years ago when the OECD has been developing these OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises for responsible business conduct. And there it started with the focus on human rights and responsible employment. Only recently it has been really focusing on the on the environmental side of the responsible business conduct. And there the OECD has been recently working on ESG investing, for example. And why ESG and not something else? Well, I can think of maybe two main reasons. First of all, when you look at it from the perspective of governments or from the society as a whole, companies play a very important role in the economic development. Investments are crucial to develop countries, the economy. It's important socially. You have to look, they create jobs. Living standards are improving. From the environmental side, companies can have a really important contribution to sustainable development, to environmental sustainability, for example. But when you look at it from the perspective of businesses, ESG is also important because it can be seen as a way to safeguard businesses from future risks. And here I'm talking about regulatory risks. There are new social and environmental legislation, pieces of legislation and regulatory frameworks put in place. But also, as you know, the recent developments, you have, for example, especially companies that are resource and energy intensive can feel now the supply chain risks and the price shocks of rising prices of materials. So implementing an ESG strategy can help them in this way to mitigate these future risks.
I don't want to interrupt, but yes, of course, about the implementation we will talk later on, but this was just the opening question. So we could continue with Mrs. Claudia. So what is your point, or look at those three letters?
So first of all, thank you for having me here. I was mainly invited to speak about what the letter S, in this case, social, stands for, because probably you and you haven't heard about CB ESPRI Social Impact Fund because it's relatively new and we were only launched 2 months ago. But this is one of the examples, and I need to give this context so that you can also imagine how the European and national cooperation can look like in fulfilling the ESG strategies. So basically, Crowdberry and ESPRI is the joint venture. It's a private manager of 10 million euros into social impact activities here in Slovakia outside the Bratislava region. This is the money that was dedicated by the European Union from their European Social Fund to invest into Slovakia into these social impact activities. And Crowdberry and ESPRI, as the private manager, we won the mandate as one of the two private managers of this fund. So the whole, basically, it's the very first fund. It's by 98% owned by the state. So we do have a 1.5% stake in it, but basically it's a huge responsibility because overall, since it's the first fund, our goal is to, after the investment period, return the money and tell the government that, look, this is what we did, this is what we invested in, and that it has a meaning. It has it is impactful because we were able to employ XYZ employees from coming from socially difficult environment. We were able to, plant XYZ trees, etc. So the social impact fund that I'm representing is basically looking to invest into socially registered companies in Slovakia or NGOs or SMEs that have a measurable social impact. So. And this is the very first fund, and I want to say a little bit about the difficulties that we have encountered so far, because in Slovakia, the general mindset is that the NGOs that we're talking to, or foundations, they are very much focused on grants. They don't know what it means to the financial literacy in this sector is very, I would say, it's quite challenging. They are very much focused or used to grants, which means that there is no return on investment from the donors. Of course, grant money is a very good way to support the organization's operations, but it has certain limitations, and that is that in crises such as we have seen in the past 2.5 years, the first money that is being cut is the grant money. So what we try to also implement and teach people here in Slovakia is that their business operations can have a sustainable financial model, and that's why it is so important, because ESG in this case, the S letter, it is important because we want to teach them that they can have the financially sustainable models. I will try to use the quote of the successful social entrepreneur Bill Drayton, who is known for coining this word and term in 1980s. He basically said that with social entrepreneurship, you don't just give fish, but you teach how to catch fish. And this is what we're trying to do. And that's why we feel that it's so important to talk about it, to be able to show businesses that they can be sustainable financially.
Thank you for an initial look. Let's continue. If Ms. Tran was talking about the letter S, I'm sure Mr. Hojsík that you, because the last time we spoke about the creek Slana in Slovakia. You will be talking about the E letter, if I'm not mistaken, or I'm wrong in this opinion.
Well, yes, you are, because it's not only about the E letter, S letter, or the J letter, it's about all of them together. And I think this is what it's important to realize, that this is not about, some fancy CSR activity that will look good in your annual report, and you will kind of present that how many trees you planted. This is really about starting to fundamentally rethink the way we do business and starting to incorporate the wider impacts that your business might have, but also taking it as an opportunity. Trying to understand that it's not only about, and that the society doesn't require anymore only kind of that you don't use slave labor or child labor, because these things used to be in common. It used to be common that you can actually deduct bribes in foreign countries from your tax return. It's like it could be as a really acceptable expense. But, and I'm very happy that it's happening, there is a growing realization among the policymakers, but what is even more important, I would say in some ways, because in some ways it's ahead of us policymakers, in the investment community, backed by the public pressure and the public requirements that, you put your money into things that not only bring a certain financial return, but that have a wider societal impact, or at least do not do bad things. And this is concerning not only environment, which indeed looking at the impacts that we have, looking at how we're crossing the planetary boundaries and how we really actually start rethink the economic model to not have such a long-term, such an impact and essentially be running the planet into environmental destruction, but how we can focus on generating progress and quality of life for everybody. So looking at the value, shareholder value, not only in financial terms, but also in environmental and social terms, and running it within good governance, running it within the governance that actually helps you as a company to avoid tricky issues that could cost you, to say the least, in terms of having a regulatory down to outright criminal implications if you don't run properly governed company. So I think ESG in this sense is on one hand a help to create better value for the shareholders in a broader sense, thus making the company actually more competitive and having a bigger advantage also in terms of being attractive for investors. And this is something which is a view shared among leaders of the business community, like Werner Hoyer, the president of EIB, or if you look at the increasingly focus on the ESG investment strategies from the pension funds or other major institutional investors. So for me, this is about really starting to look at the business in other way and not see it as an extra work, but as an opportunity to make the business more viable for the future.
Thank you very much, and we're gonna finish the first line of questioning with Mr. Hlavačka. So, what is your point? Because you did build this Greens building in Slovakia, so that was the driver that drew your attention to this sort of building?
No. ESG was not existent in our heads when we created this building. So it was our, let's say, general approach to the business and to real estate. So we were always be the ones who created these new approaches to how to create air conditioning, how to create heating, how to do all the stuff with the building. So ESG at that time was not really the issue why we did this building. But if you ask me about the ESG in general, the context, I think all the participants here expect from us, let's put it this way. I don't know who selected the panel, but let's put it this way. There's a good mixture of panelists from the, let's say, the EU part, the OECD part, the investors part, and I don't know who I am here, but probably the one who already is on the forefront of the ESG ambitions. So for me, ESG is probably the most complex certification or rating platform which will help companies and participants to rate themselves in the future. Today, I think ESG is in a very beginning stage. So nobody really knows I mean, we don't have to spend time on ESG here. I think everybody can Google it and can have this first, first look in ESG, right? I mean, no? Okay. You don't think so that this ESG in a Google? Yeah, go on.
I think that it's not a new concept. It used to be concept as corporate social responsibility, or responsibility as such. Just we call it now ESG. But the concept is here for example, I've been working with this for 20 years.
Yes, but
The principles and so on. But please.
Yeah. No, it's I love to have an interaction with the people here. But before maybe if I can ask you a question, who from you is from a Slovak-based, not an international capital company? So, who is here like a Slovak businessman? Can you please raise your hand? This is also a good message to Slovakia and to Slovak businesses that all these good wins always win from the West. Sorry to say so, I always like to participate in these kind of panels because I represent the Slovak capital, and I actually googled yesterday how to say priemernosť in English, and this
averageness.
is mediocrity. Is this? So I hate this Slovak mediocrity. So we are always somewhere in the middle. We don't want to raise our hands. So for me and for Corvin, ESG will be, even if the lady is saying that for 20 years there is this movement, but what is the consequences of this movement? What happened? What happened to our planet? Okay, if you say what happened, I see here panels with companies with let's say controversial businesses, and we are here. I don't know. We have to be positive. You're looking at the time. How much time do we have in this panel? Because when we
50
finish,
minutes.
so we finish at 10.
10 approximately 10. But Mr. Hojsík is gonna quit a little bit sooner.
So just to finish my initial speech, still I think it's new. I still think it's a good way to participate. Many of you, I think, are compliance officers and lawyers maybe, and the ones who should push the boards, hard to have also in the organizational structure the power, to influence the CEOs and the bosses, the shareholders. So I strongly vote for ESG these days. Maybe in 10 years there will be another rating platform for all of us, but today I don't see any other rating platform to orient based on this. So we started with this LEED certificate. This is a good example how to orient in the real estate sector. So if you wanna be away from this greenwashing, which is happening today all around, I strongly recommend you to look at the LEED or BREEAM certifications, and then the ESG is above of that. So that's why Corvin is strongly working on ESG, and hopefully we will be the first ones to produce the complex ESG report this year.
As we heard also from the auditorium, and as well as I mentioned, this term is here for a long time. But on one side there's a theory, on the other side there's a practice, and we are here because of the lacking of the practice in our businesses. So that's why I would like to ask you, as a member of a company that is successful, that is working here in Slovakia, how do you apply this ESG? Because you mentioned that at the beginning, when you decided to build this building, you were not thinking about ESG. What changed? You already said something about that, but how do you apply in your praxis this ESG?
Well, first of all, you have to dedicate people to this concept. So you have to have good people. There are not educated people on ESG. I mean, there are some, but not in this complexity. So you have to have to establish a team, ESG team in the company, and the ESG team, as I said earlier, has to have this power, right? It should not be like Mr. Heusig said in his speech, that it's once a year in the annual report you find your ESG report and that's it. It's not a CSR, and I strongly, I'm a strong believer that ESG will really once function as this value creator or value. This will be your orientation point, right? It won't be the typical annual report look like the bottom line. Normally, the analysts look at the bottom lines, you look at the balance sheets, cash flows, all this stuff, and I strongly hope, of course, we all have to be very positive and inspirative, and we should spread it all to whom we meet. So because it's on the beginning, and I hope these ESG reports once will be the ones you start with, and then you go to the annual report. Mm-hmm. So Corvin is, as I said, we strive. We have already an ESG team, and we have no troubles with the environmental issue. Maybe we have some troubles with governance because we are privately managed, and to share, because ESG requires a lot of sharing with the public, right? It's like you have to be, if you are on a stock exchange, that's not a problem because you're used to this, sharing with the public. If you're private, and normally in Slovakia, you see there is nobody here from the Slovak. I mean, there are 2 and 3 with me. So the Slovaks they hide, they are in their houses and the offices. They don't want to share this company lies. So this will be also for me especially hard to share all these remuneration policies, etc. So there is a lot of you have to be aware that the competition, they will use it as an inspiration, or they will misuse it. They will headhunt your people because you shared so much. So there are some pros and cons why to go for it. But I strongly hope that this will work. So we will be pushing hard to have this ESG report ready. I mean, I hope end of year we will have this complex report.
So you're still in transitional phase.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's talk about advices. The rest of the panel, I would like to ask you for your advices how to successfully, of course, implement ESG into companies' lives. So once again, we start with Mrs. Svatikova.
It's a bit hard to follow on what what we've just said previously, but maybe just briefly, because I think I think ESG we can understand also more broadly than just ESG reporting, and I understand that the ESG reporting it's a main part of it, it's an important part of it, but basically. What does it mean to have a good ESG strategy? I think this will depend on several factors. I mean, on the size of a company, on the context where it operates, on the specific impacts that it's trying to mitigate. Because overall, I mean, the overall aim of an ESG strategy or of applying ESG principles within a company is to identify, prevent, or mitigate these actual or even future potential risks and impacts that the business activities are generating. So this means looking at potential investments. Where do we invest into what kind of companies? Also, how the company is protecting the environment, for example, how it's managing relationships with its employees, suppliers, customers. So this is just to name a few. And indeed, I agree that it might be a bit overwhelming because you have to make the shift in the mind, not only of the management, but also of the employees. And for this, you can there are already principles, and as I already mentioned, there is an international standard on what kind of principles you can apply within a company. There are also specific guidelines for companies with practical steps of what they can do for which type of impacts. And maybe the key thing to remember is that you might have to prioritize, because of course it's resource intensive. I mean, to implement an ESG strategy. So you will have to, within a company, discuss with the employees, with the important stakeholders, with the shareholders, what to prioritize and what to focus on, what to try to mitigate. And I will repeat again, I mean, there are already existing principles and guidelines for this. I can share the links. I mean, OECD has been working on this for decades now, and there are practical tips for companies how to implement such a strategy.
Thank you very much.
So there is something to base on, but of course it also depends on the company, on its aims, on the practical implications, the resources it has available, the staff it has available.
If somebody wants to interact with that, if somebody wants to add to that, feel free.
I don't want to ruin this comment, but I think it's so hard, you know, to interact with OECD. You know, it's like, I mean, to be honest, I mean, if we are living here, we need everyday decisions. It's like, I mean, what should I do? I should go to a link, or I should say to my colleague who is ESG boss, you know, go to this link and I mean, I don't think I think it's okay. It's good that there are these big institutions, the global institutions which push this topic. This is more crucial than these guidelines. I think that these decisions on this level are made, you know, because. But anyway, from the bottom, I mean, I'm the bottom here, and from the bottom up, it's more important, because you can say whatever you want from the up level, but if the bottom is not taking it for real, and how to take it for real, that's our trouble, right? How to manage it today, you know, what to do. I mean, I'm in a stage where I'm not scared, right? Because as I said, we are well prepared, but there are many who are not prepared. They are doing just their Excel sheet works, and that's it. And I'm scared for them, right? Because, we started like 12 years ago, and there were already big groups operating here in Bratislava. Why they didn't build the Platinum building here? Why? Because it's extra effort. And ESG is also extra effort. Sorry to say that. It's extra effort. I know the payoff is there. The payoff is there. Mm-hmm. I'm betting on this. So I'm not ruining this ESG strategy. I'm not ruining the vision. I'm just saying it's so hard, you know, even to find people who will help you to ESG.
Mm-hmm. That's why we are here, actually, and that's why we are asking other panelists about the advices, because you mentioned that you are at the bottom, maybe.
Try to find an advisor for ESG. Try to find an advisor. They will quote you in hundreds of thousands of euros of advisory fees, which is ridiculous, right?
Yeah,
that's
called
ridiculous.
Capitalism, yes.
But this shows that even the advisors, the big four, they don't have teams for that.
Okay, so let's advise, because you mentioned that you are at the bottom. There's something up high, let's say government or different organizations. Somewhere in the middle could be the funds.
If I may, I think that it's in order to apply it successfully, you need to have both bottom up and also top to bottom approach. Because eventually the fund that I'm representing, it also came from the European Union, you know, like from the top. And basically it came to the national level, to Slovakia. And what we're trying to do is to, you know, push it to the bottom as well. So for the people at the bottom, it is important to see that there's some approach from top to bottom, that they are backed up as well. But also it somehow needs to be met in the middle. And this is what we're trying to also do to teach, as I mentioned in my first input. And but I would actually bring in another comment, which is, you know, to also how to implement it successfully is to really increase and try to increase the education in financial literacy. This is a big problem because, as you mentioned, people here in Slovakia are mediocre in a certain way, and that also has to do with the fact that they are afraid to take some kind of independent entrepreneurial step because they are afraid they were used to be given things rather than used to learn how to do it themselves, and that has to do with also the understanding the financial literacy and financial aspects of the running a business. So I think that one of the steps and important parts of how to implement it successfully is to also teach people financial terminologies and increase the financial literacy of the people.
Thank you very much. Mr. Oisik, yes?
Yeah, just to come in, one part of this discussion strikes me, and that is this bit of feeling of, we are so bad and we need the good things to come up from elsewhere. And I agree that we should be inspired by the positive movements of others. I'm really great believer in a strong European collaboration and a strong Europe. I think it's something which greatly benefits Slovakia. But at the same time, I think we should have a more ambition. We should be ourselves more open to say, okay, what can we contribute? What are those things that we can bring? And yes, I know it's not easy. It's not something that, the pioneers are having usually a headwind and are having to really struggle to get through, but there seems to be everywhere. So it's for me about looking at not only from perspective, okay, how we can follow what, so to say, the EU tells us. We are the EU. We can be part of progress, and let's try to give a better platform within the business community, as well as within the policymakers, but also the media community, to those entrepreneurs, to those companies, be it multinational or Slovak, doesn't really matter, which are bringing out the innovation, which are bringing out the approach, the kind of the new practices in the ESG, but also trying to be those which evolve the ESG, which are looking at new concepts of corporations. And this is for me the biggest task, the change of the society's discourse from how can we catch up to where can we lead. And if we don't have this ambition, then we're always going to be bound to those which, are approximating, implementing, catching up. And I think this is something which, for me, is a set perspective if Slovakia as a country wants to be in this place. I think we have to have a bigger ambition than this. And that's my hope for the country. So let's know where we can move it.
Let Mr. Oisik finish. Okay, you're done. Okay, so Mr.
Sorry for interrupting, but actually you are speaking to a bad community, because this community is ESG positive. Otherwise, they would not be sitting in this room. So you have to talk to the others who are not listening to ESG, because all of these people, including me, we are all very, very positive. Otherwise, we would spend our time. Right now, I would be sitting on a meeting with my colleagues and solving how to prepare the first ESG report. So, but may I have a question to our online panelists? How far did you get with your ESG efforts?
Well, a personal question.
I mean OECD and EU. I'm just curious. If you say, of course, I'm feeling like a pioneer, right? We all are here kind of pioneers because, maybe except the lady here, because no, that's fine. That's fine. No,
she's aware of it.
No. That's not personal. It's not personal. It was just to light a bit the atmosphere here. It's like. What I wanted to say.
Well, you already asked the question, so let's answer it. So that was the question to our online panelists. So how do you implement ESG in your life?
I'm helping to shape it. I was the group shadow on the taxonomy of sustainable investment, and I'm basically still responsible for agenda within my political group. So the taxonomy and related areas for me are very, very crucial for how we run the ESG. So on this, because I'm a policymaker, not a businessman, it's kind of, I don't know how to say I could apply to, since I'm not running a business, I'm trying to apply it to the way we're trying to shape the policies.
Okay, Mr. Halečka is not satisfied, I see.
Yeah, I mean, it was rather the organizational part, you know, because what we are struggling is how to start it, how to perform it, how to, you know, bring it to life, so it's not a greenwashing, right? All of us here don't want to have this greenwashing, another greenwashing, right? We want to have it like the real one, you know. So not that just we, as you said, prepare another report and it's done, and the bonuses are flowing, and the stock price is running up, etc. So we don't want that to repeat anymore. So that was the question: how your organization? I mean, it's a big organization. OECD is a big organization, and now I don't want to ruin it, but you are saying something. You also you are also preparing the ESG report for your institution. That was the question. Right? Or you have no time for it because you are doing these policies?
Well, maybe somebody else is responsible for this in their organization.
I'm just curious. I'm just curious.
Of course.
You know?
So Mrs. Zlatikova?
Yeah, I'm personally not responsible for this. So, I mean, OECD, as you mentioned, it's a large organization. So we have different directors and teams, and there is a team responsible for ESG type of related issues. But I think in general, the organization is very good in promoting ESG principles internally as well. I mean, it's not just communication. So by email we are almost 4,000 people sitting here at the organization. So it's not like we have specific ESG meetings or anything like that. But in general, the regular email messages that we get, I mean, you have to watch out how you deal with air conditioning, with waste. I'm talking now the environmental part. Then there is the promotion of inclusiveness, of diversity, of gender, LGBT community. I mean, you have all these type of how to do public procurement, for example. You have specific training sessions. But of course, this is possible because we are a large organization. And maybe just I will also take the opportunity to answer Mr. Hlavačka a little bit to try to solve this bottleneck in Slovakia and in general, for example, in small companies or domestic companies. You don't have to start from scratch to look at this ESG and how to apply it. As I mentioned, there is already available, and I will say it again, the guidelines and the practical tips, and they are even available in the Slovak language. So it's there. The Ministry of Environment is running a national contact point to help companies that they can go to them and to help them with this type of issue. So you don't have to start from scratch. I mean, I understand it's difficult. It can be very difficult. You need to shift the mind of everyone in the company. You have to persuade that it's important shareholders and also the management that it's very important for the company. But you don't have to start from scratch. So there are already principles. There are practical tips. There is support on national level if you know about it. So this way I can promote it a little bit more, I hope.
Mrs. Zlatikova, thank you very much. Let's continue because Mr. Hlavačka, when you were talking that not many companies are taking advantage of ESG, maybe they are afraid of costs, and that's the question. Can ESG be profitable, or is it only feel-good policy, or can it create revenue? And if so, how? So that's the question. How can company make money on ESG? If we take a look at this side of this thing, so who feels the best about starting, or shall I? Okay, Mrs. Stran, let's start with you.
How can they? Well, this is what we're trying to do. It depends on the sector. It depends on the size of the company or organization that we're talking to. But it's not easy to give you a simple answer. But well, it's about.
Does it only cost, or can it create revenue?
Maybe I will
it
help you
create-
out. Maybe I will help you out. Today it's hard to say that for our company it's for this year, for 2022, it's a profitable operation, right? It's like you don't have this link between ESG efforts and profit, if this was your question. But there is this big but, and all of the ones who are strong believers that there is existing climate change, for example, I don't want to go into other topics of ESG, and it's worsening. So sooner or later, you don't have to be a big visionary. The planet will suffer more and more. So it's easy to decide, right, to implement strategies which will be, let's call it, carbon neutral in the future. Because that will be the only way how to survive. Maybe this vision has 100 years. So it's beyond our lives. Maybe it's only 20 years. Maybe it's only 1 hour. I don't know. Look what is happening around us. So what I want to say, not today, you don't see in your bottom line. Today you don't see it, but tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, you will see it, and you will differentiate your company from the others who will be the late, how do you call it?
Latecomers.
Latecomers? The latecomers who sleep long, right? Mm-hmm. And you are already having you already run, you had your breakfast, you had your first meeting, and the other ones are just waking up. And this is a last call for everybody in this room. It's a last call, to move on with ESG. So and this will be represented, also the investors it will be much easier in the future. Today for them it's hard, but in the future it will be very easy. But the vision, you have to have the vision always.
Of course.
Otherwise,
I didn't.
You can't decide on anything.
I didn't ask. I didn't.
So if you are hungry, you go for lunch. Your vision was that you are hungry, right? If you have a vision like the planet is going down, then it's easy, to decide that you step on the plane. Actually, step on the plane is not a good example, but you step on the bicycle and you go this way to save it.
That's the point. I didn't ask whether we can create revenue this year, but because we are talking about sustainability, and that's the point. We would like to sustain everything.
Also, with the help of these organizations, sooner or later there will be punishment for the ones who will ruin the planet. Now it's, I don't know what is with the ESG, they can facelift themselves, right? Even the big guys who are really, making a lot of bad things to the planet, they can somehow facelift with the ESG, because with these credit offsets, you can buy a good rating,
Okay, yeah.
And with buying the credit offset, you send the money to this green initiative.
Greenwashing is a huge problem. So who wants to continue with that? So also in long term, profitable. Can it be, Mr. Oisik?
To add, this is where we have to understand that what we are living in. It's basically a world of increased complexity. So for me, the ESG is an approach that might not and will not get you a short-term fast profit, but ultimately will also make you as a company way more resilient. And this is, I think, a very crucial aspect that you see now in terms of the impacts from the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, but also the climate and biodiversity crisis, which we are facing, because suddenly, if you look at, very likely the cause of the pandemic is due to our intrusion into the biodiversity. And you can see not only with the short-term impacts that were during the peaks so far, and what is to come, it's still unknown to some extent, but also the disruption in supply chains and the rethink that we have to do in terms of how the entire business model of a very long extended supply chains is functioning, and whether it's making sense to be way more local, and the whole concept of strategic autonomy suddenly back there, where, you know, few months ago, this was not, a few years ago, this was something, the utilization of the proximity principle was seen as heresy in increasingly global world. And those who were pointed to this square were laughed at. If we look at the something which, you know, the environmental side and the whether one shall go for a use of energy, a massive deployment of energy efficiency and utilization of renewables, where what we heard from the policymakers and in the business community about the transitional role of gas, another fossil fuel, linked to dependency on others, namely in this time, a regime of war criminal. Now, if you own a building that is energy independent, then you as a businessman right now are actually laughing in the face of the energy prices because, hey, you know, what energy prices? You know, I'm self-sufficient. And where you would get there was basically, well, when you start to think, plan the building, you were thinking ahead and saying like, okay, I won't do it for the environment. I do it for having a better working conditions. There is in really zero energy building or zero emissions building also the better working conditions element. And suddenly you realize, well, actually, this can pay off faster than I thought.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I have to jump in because of the time. So let's go to the questions that our audience did send. Let's start, and I'm not sure who's gonna feel most competent to answer the question, so I'll leave it up to you. What do you think about the cooperation between the Nordic countries and the Slovakia in the field of ESG funds? That's a tough one. Nobody can answer it because it's very specific. It's between Nordic countries and Slovakia. So Mr. Filip Urban, from Urban Group Scandinavia was asking. So maybe in private we could try to answer it. Okay, the second one. What are the main values we should change in order to meet the ESG goals?
I would say, a very short answer, I would say, don't look only at the next quarterly or annual profit. Look at the overall value and essentially redefine what is the value of your company. What type of a value are you creating for your shareholders? It's not only the money. Mm-hmm. It's not only the share price. And if you start rethinking this from really fundamentals, who, as a manager, the fiduciary duty, what does it entail? Is it something that you have to essentially pay only, that you have to make maximum profit and pay as little tax as possible, or you create a bigger value for the society as such? And I think it's the latter. And I think this is where it helps you to reframe the whole business in a strategic way.
Okay, Ms. Ran?
I just want to have a quick reaction. I mean, we cannot always just say that especially the companies that we're talking to, that they cannot look at the profits of the next quarter, because it's the excuse me, it's the companies that we talk to are really oftentimes struggling to survive. So to talk to them about ESG goals is a whole different world for them. For them, the priority is to survive the next day, how to make profit, how to pay their employees, how to help reduce unemployment in that region where they're coming from. And we're talking about regions where the unemployment rates is really high, and the employability or the people who live there are hardly employable or have been, people with lower education, etc. So to talk to these companies about how you should not look at the profits in the next quarter is very difficult to make them understand them, because of course they need to, together with us, find ways how to survive. right? So this is where, at least on behalf of the fund, I would say that the priority for us to really teach them how to be more sustainable, financially sustainable and successful in their own field, in order for them to then think about the broader ESG strategy and goals, how to implement it.
If I may just fast reaction, because then I will have to run. It's not about not looking your bottom line, but it's about not only looking at your bottom line for the next quarter. And, Karina, from the startup world, and I've been working with Kraberry, if you would say, okay, the only thing that matters is the next quarter report, then basically, especially in the startup community, it's loss, based on a vision of generating a value after a certain time. And I think this is where, if we take the ESG as something which is for good times, so now first you have to, so to say, look only at the short-term profit, but then when you're rich, when you're well off, then you can think about fancy things and ESG. I think that's a fundamentally wrong approach. This is not about kind of throwing away the financial side. It is one of the core pillars, but it's not the only thing. If you start building the foundations of your company without looking into the wider picture, then you might head in a wrong course and you will have to kind of rethink, and it ends up costing you more. So it's not throw away throw away the economical considerations. It's more about don't look only at them. How and in your business decisions, it is harder. But today's what is harder. Look at the entire complexity and how the different elements are gonna interact and how you can use the synergies. Don't look at it as a burden, but look for the opportunities in the ESG. And I think this is something where we should take it not as additional burden, but as an opportunity for value creation and ultimately profit. That's the interesting thing about it. This is not something which you make for the good thing, but this is something which can really help to generate a profit for the companies, and I think it's foundation for the profit for the future.
You are not breathing, I hear, Mr. Hojsík. But thank you very much for this answer, and I know that you have to run, so thank you for being part of this panel. Thank you again, but we will continue just only a couple more minutes because of the time. Mrs. Svatikova, do you want to add something to what Mr. Hojsík or Mrs. Tran mentioned? We lost your visual, but hopefully we hear you. Yes? No, we did cut the feed. Yeah, okay. So we can continue with at least two members of the panel. That was rude from our side, right? Yeah, we apologize for that. Yeah, there are some questions
for me.
So. Yes, I want to go there. So, Mr. Hlavačka, see, because we want to give you a question, we cut half of the panel. No.
I'm not organizing this.
Yeah, no. Yeah,
it.
we know you know people here. I know that. It's okay. No. You have Build the Green is building in Slovakia. Do you feel that is actually attracting green thinking companies?
Yes, it is. So
so it can be profitable.
It can be profitable. But at the beginning, if you would ask me why to do it. Of course, we wanted to differentiate from the others, right? And it's in our DNA, so to say, right? It's not something which comes from somebody and saying, oh, this is a good strategy. If you do a LEED Platinum building, then you will make more money. So it was like a natural development of us. So also, for example, me personally, I live in a house with a heat pump. I installed actually 18 years ago, right? 18 years ago, and there was nobody here in Bratislava and in Slovakia who could install such a technology. So I had to import it from Czech Republic, the guys, and it's running well. And I'm, as Mr. Hojsík said, I'm laughing because I have really a cost of heating and cooling. Like the house is not big, but it's like a two room flat, right? I'm really having a low cost for 18 years already.
Air, water, ground?
It's ground water. So it was, that's maybe a good example that's in the company life. If you live the life well personally, it's much easier to implement it in the company and vice versa. So yeah, I'm happy that Einpark is actually having a great mixture of tenants. So there are also Slovak ones. I'm so happy that we have Slovak companies here who joined this journey with us. And there is another question for me. Should I answer it right away, or you put it?
Not really, because of the time. So
Okay.
we apologize for that. We can't answer
But
all the questions.
maybe
Yes?
I have to say, because
10 seconds?
this is something lead zero carbon, and that's why I was talking at the beginning regarding the mediocrity of Slovaks. We will be the first company in the world who will have a lead zero carbon office portfolio. So we will have a Slovenian office projects and Bratislava projects, all lead zero carbon.
Somebody has to lead the way. Okay.
Just to say it's possible in Slovakia. That was the last message I wanted to say.
I give you a couple of seconds for closing arguments. What would you tell other companies or people here in the auditorium how to approach the ESG? We start with OECD.
Well, thanks for putting me back.
You're welcome.
The closing arguments, I think maybe I would just mention, don't be afraid of it. And I completely agree with Mr. Hlavačka and also with Mr. Hojsík. It's about shifting values away, not looking only at the profits, but at the overall environmental and social sustainability. I mean, the ESG governance. So not to be afraid of it and to try to really look into it to the extent possible, because it can really help companies mitigate future risks. Maybe I will close with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Mr. An?
I would also say that don't be afraid, but also to keep your motivation going. Also try to look at the measurable aspects of your ESG efforts, so that after a certain period of time you can see the results, and that will somehow please your heart and will motivate you in keeping to go forward. So that would my last word.
Thank you very much. And finally, Mr. Hlavačka.
Ask for more power in your company.
For management?
Yeah.
And be more assertive. Okay, thank you very much.
That's the only thing I can advise. The ESG teams has to have more powers.
That's great. As a head of a big company, you're very liberal. That's good to see. Thank you very much.
It's there on my level. ESG team is on my level.
That's perfect. Okay, as we said, somebody has to lead the way. Thank you very much. Once again, huge applause for this panel, and I would like to thank Ms. Svatikova, Mr. N, Mr. Hlavačka, and of course Mr. Hojsík. Thank you very much. That was a pleasure. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the day, and we're gonna continue. But before we continue with next guest, in this case, it's gonna be Mr. Zara Ajanuddin. I will thank, of course, I have to thank our partners, because without their help, it wouldn't be possible to organize this very first Green Conference. So I'd like to thank Citigroup, also Corvin, Swiss Re as our premium partners. Main partners are Philip Morris Slovakia, as well Slovnaft, member of MOL Group, SmartHead and SPP. Partners are IPM Group, KPMG and PowerX. And of course, in kind, we would like to thank also companies such as ESO Vending, Dolphin, Upracme Slovensko, Vegan Pub, and among media partners, it's Podnikajte.sk. So once again, thank you very much on behalf of American Slovak Chamber of Commerce, in this case, that we could organize this venue. And as I said before, we're gonna continue. As you see, we are making a little changes over here. So maybe I'm gonna move over here so you can see this lady. It's as I said before, it's Zara Ajondin, Director of Sustainability and Corporate Transitions of Citi, and her part is going to be called, or is called, Transition to Net Zero, Key Opportunities and Challenges. She's going to start with her speech, and then I'm going to follow with some questions. So, Zara, nice to see you. You can start.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, absolutely perfect. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for having me today. I can't see the room or how many of you there are, but I heard that there's
2,000 people here.
Sorry?
2,000 people here in person.
Wow.
Yep. Don't feel pressured.
Well, great to see the enthusiasm around sustainability. So a little bit about myself. I work with Citi's Sustainability and Corporate Transitions team. We sit within the investment bank, but cover all really the whole spate of financial products that are in the corporate banking, investment banking, and capital markets spectrum. So we work on things such as strategic advisory and working with our clients around not just their sustainability strategy, but how they can incorporate that into their financial strategy from a perspective of M&A, potentially IPOs, but then also the more traditional green bonds and loans, etc. Finance, and also what we've recently seen come up, supply chain finance products. So if we go to the next slide, what I've laid out here is just some of the key corporate priorities that we've seen persist over the last few years, and what it has continued to be the most important thing is clearly climate. We're still in an area or a part of the history where we're still fighting climate change and very much have an axe over our head in some ways in terms of meeting those net zero targets that a lot of corporates have committed to. So climate continues to be top of mind, but what we've also seen arise in the last a couple of years is a real level of scrutiny and onus on the corporates to take initiative and set their own targets and have very transparent disclosure and metrics around those targets and reporting on progress against those targets. So we're seeing an increased level of scrutiny against these corporates. In addition to that, we're seeing new themes, or not rather new themes, but themes that have become equally important to climate and have gained a lot of attention in the last 12 months or so, especially with respect to nature and biodiversity. We had the recent COP around that and circular economy and really the relation between all these different thematics and the fact that they're very closely intertwined to the essential challenges that we face around climate. If we go to the next slide, this just sets out some of the key changes that we've seen since the recent geopolitical events have unfolded, and clearly, none the least, the tragedy that is occurring in the region. Like, we're seeing massive shocks to the global financial system, and what that means in terms of sustainability and ESG is that we've moved away from the 2021 era of benign economic era where sustainability had on some levels access to cheap capital, and people were willing to invest and funnel more funds in on a slightly more easier or relaxed term. What we're also seeing is a reinforced emphasis on security, not just in the traditional sense of the word, but what S means, and S is really what I mean in terms of security, in terms of resilience of overall supply chains and the ability for companies to really manage that long-term risk and fragility of their supply chain. The cost of transition is another important piece that has been severely affected by the recent geopolitical events. And what this means is that in order for countries and companies to still commit and live up to those net zero by 2050 targets that we saw a flurry of last year, this is going to cost up to $9.2 trillion dollars over the course of 2021 to 2025, which is obviously quite a large figure. And then lastly, I think what has emerged is that those companies that have continued to invest and manage their risk in the long term will emerge as the transition champions, and we'll see investors put their money towards these companies. If we go to the next slide, this just lays out some of the topics that I was discussing earlier in terms of the commitments to net zero. COP26 was really an important event in that there was a crescendo level attention being focused on climate and sustainability. And one of the positive things that came out from this event was that a lot of countries, I think 80 plus countries or 60 plus countries, which accounted for 89% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, committed to net zero targets, and also made important commitments around coal. I think we had around 40 countries that committed to moving away from coal. Important targets around methane, where you had countries commit to reducing methane emissions levels, and also, of course, deforestation. If we go to the next slide, what this means, though, is that, as I had said, the cost of the transition, in keeping with these net zero targets, given the current macroeconomic situation, is very high, and not in the least because of the energy transition and the energy shocks that we're seeing, and also the food shocks, but also precious metals that are going towards the renewable sector. And so metals, of course, play a huge part in the technological advancement and resilience and growth of many of the new technologies that are spurring sustainability forward. And what we've seen in the last few months is an incredible rise and inflationary pressure on these prices and associated costs, not just in metals, but overall inflation, food, energy. This is all laying a backdrop of quite difficult times ahead. If we go to the next page, this is, and actually I think just in the interest of time, maybe we can skip ahead to the next page as well. What this means is that a lot of countries are going to be straddled with a very high cost, and on a country level, what we're seeing is that Europe is going to have pay about 6.4% of GDP for its transition costs, and of course, Russia, Ukraine, and CIS countries are going to bear the biggest brunt of this cost. However, it's not all doom and gloom. We're seeing, some of the Northern European and Middle Eastern countries move ahead and go forward with a lot of their plans. So I think there might be a delicate balancing act as we deal with this new global geopolitical reality. If we go to the next slide, One of the other positive pieces of or rays of light in this doom and gloom scenario is that financial institutions and the private sector continue to play a pivotal role in moving towards this transition and reaching those net zero goals. We have the GFANZ, which is the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, which Citi is a part of, and we're also the founding member of the Net Zero Banking Alliance. And all of these coalitions and alliances are an important step in the greenifying of the overall financial system. And I think what is especially important is that these financial institutions will really push their clients to green their operations as they themselves look at their loan portfolios. Citi, for example, is looking at our lending portfolio and working with PCAF to understand and using their methodology to determine how we can reduce the Scope 3 emissions of our lending portfolio. So, for example, as a bank, clearly we do not have very many Scope 1 emissions, or we don't emit a lot because we're a bank. But our clients who would be part of our Scope 3 emissions are, the heavy emitters, so the oil and gas, the utility companies, metals and mining, but then also ag, food and ag, etc. We're assessing very closely how we can help these clients reach or set targets, and then also develop a strategy to meet these targets up to 2050. I'm conscious that we are probably running out of time, so I wonder if I should pause there or and take questions.
Yes,
I'll defer to you in the room.
Yeah, I gonna follow with two questions to you. The first one is decision making of investors. Thanks to the ESG, how can ESG impact the decision making of investors, or how does it do so?
Yeah,
currently?
actually, so I had a couple of. If we go down a couple of slides. So I think the investor question is an important one. There is a whole new class of investors emerging that are focused on climate and transition, and then also a number of funds that we've seen crop up around natural capital, circular economy. And I think this slide is interesting because it shows you the number of investors that have committed to the PRI, which is a little bit more of a loose framework in terms of aligning yourself with, certain principles and tenets. So it's much more broad. Sustainable investment is a subset of that. So we have a 35 trillion assets under management for that. And then over 1.3 trillion in terms of these ESG focused funds. So I think right now, all mainstream, there is no investor out there that is not incorporating sustainability into their evaluation of companies. However, what we're also seeing is that a lot of mainstream investors have focused on creating specific sub-funds that they use to invest in certain thematics. So as I said, the circular economy, the climate, the biodiversity, etc. So you're seeing very much so an integration of ESG considerations within all investment classes, I think, not just from a risk perspective, but also from an opportunity perspective, because a lot of the new companies that we're seeing that are spurred by sustainability megatrends are also high growth. And so asset classes that are within, say, climate tech, so direct air capture or food tech, are some of the really interesting investments that we see investors focused on because they view them as high growth. I'm not sure if that answered your question.
Yes, definitely. Thank you very much. And the last question is about the future. So, what do you think how companies' ESG priorities and agendas will evolve in the future?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that as companies get more savvy around reporting and disclosures around ESG, we'll see, at least what we're seeing with the most, the ESG champions or the sustainability champions, which are really the companies that we think excel at incorporating sustainability into their business models. What we're seeing is really converting those non-financial metrics into financial metrics within their P&L. So, for example, Caring does a great job of incorporating all of its environmental indicators and has a environmental P&L. Which is, assigns a monetary value to the impact that the company has on an environmental basis. Danone also does this to a certain degree, but I think that as a lot of these intangible indicators that we currently report on, or rather not intangible, but those indicators that are currently not assigned a monetary value, I think we're going to move towards frameworks and accounting systems that will actually be able to incorporate them into a financial system, which I think will be essential as companies are held accountable and manage their sustainability impact.
Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. This was Zara Ajanuddin, Director of Sustainability and Corporate Transitions of Citi Group. I tried to not to butcher your name, and definitely I did. So
it's
sorry
a very
for that.
hard name to pronounce.
Yeah, okay. So I tried my best. Okay, thank you very much. Once again, huge applause for Zara Ajanuddin.
Thank you.
Thank you. And this was the last speaker before a short break, and the short break is coming right now. So we give you some 15 minutes, and we're gonna continue at 10:50. So I would like to tell you that if you are hungry, you have to go outside, because thanks to our partners, Vegan Pub and Aso Vending, we serve something easy, something light, and of course, I would like to see you back in 15 minutes. Thank you once again, and enjoy. Už som, výborne. Ďakujem veľmi pekne, vítajte späť po pauze. Tentokrát začneme po slovensky. Tento blok 15-minútový s Martinom Vicenom bude práve v slovenčine, potom následne zase switchneme do angličtiny a budeme sa venovať našim panelistom. Ale keď som už spomenul Martina Vicena, tak je team leader z portfólio monitoringu a group asset managementu zo Swiss Re. Swiss Re netreba samozrejme predstavovať, poisťovni a nás zaujíma, akým spôsobom sa samozrejme oni pozerajú na otázku investovania v rámci toho pohybu v ESG. Takže ako to vyzerá, nám prezradí sám. Ja to potom, ako ste už videli aj predtým v prípade Zary, doplním nejakými otázkami. Takže nech sa páči, veľký potlesk pre Martina. Martin, vítajú nás. Ahoj.
Ďakujem pekne, ahoj. Dobrý
nech sa ti páči, môže začať.
Chcel by som vám predstaviť v podstate zodpovedné investovanie v rámci Swiss Re. A takisto aj to, že akým spôsobom to motivuje mňa, že môžeme o takýchto investíciách rozhodovať. Toto je taký veľmi krátky slajdik a ja budem mať veľmi krátku úvodnú prezentáciu, aby sme sa možno tak trošku dostali na tento content. Portfólio v podstate, ktoré spravujeme, má 120 miliard. To číslo je z konca roka, čiže teraz je to trojlinku viacej, možno už ide na nejakých 135 miliard. Čiže to je celé portfólio, aké máme. Čo je môže zaujímavé je to, že vlastne každú investíciu, čiže skoro 100% z toho portfólia podrobne zvažujeme, že či je naozaj v súlade s ESG requirementami v podstate a takisto aj s určitými sankciami a tak ďalej. Čiže vlastne každá jedna tá investícia ide veľmi poctivo cez naše ruky a to je vlastne zodpovednosť aj môjho tímu, aby sme my v podstate povedali, že dobre, tak toto je v poriadku, toto môžem zainvestovať, je to zelená investícia, alebo nie je to zelená investícia, zbavme sa takéto investície z nášho portfólia. V podstate aby sme udržali toto portfólio zelené, alebo tie investície, aby boli naozaj zodpovedné, čo robíme, tak v podstate sme prišli s tým ako Swiss Re s takými tromi základnými piliermi. Prvý, v podstate voláme ho enhancement, hej. Znamená to pre nás to, že to existujúce portfólio, ktoré máme, tak sa snažíme stále zlepšovať. Používame na to ESG benchmarky, ktoré sa snažíme v podstate nasledovať a takisto ich dávame aj našim externým manažerom, ktorí správujú peniaze v podstate v našom mene, aby tieto ESG benchmarky nasledovali. Potom tam máme druhý pilier a ten je viac ako inclusion, to znamená, že snažíme sa investície, ktoré sú na trhu so zameraním na SDG goaly, to znamená, že OSN, aké máme Sustainable Development Goals, tak sa snažíme v podstate takéto produkty na trhu hľadať a inkludnúť ich do našich portfólií, to znamená, že ich nejakým spôsobom nakúpiť do našeho portfólia. Čiže tieto investície majú nejaký špecifický dôvod, akým spôsobom podporujeme jednotlivé OSN goaly. No a potom tam máme veľmi zaujímavý ďalší, do ktorého som napríklad aj ja veľmi zahrnutý, a to je exclusion. To znamená, že z existujúceho portfólia, čo máme, a vieme, že svet je relatívne dynamický, čiže v podstate aj jednotlivé spoločnosti, ktoré máme nakúpené v portfóliách, tak sa časom menia, mení sa management, mení sa aj cieľ obchodovania, zamerania, aj ten core business sa časom mení, takisto sú rôzne fúzie, akvizície na svete, to znamená, že toto všetko sledujeme a pokiaľ by sa neboli spokojní s tým, ako tá konkrétna firma, ktorú máme nakúpenú, alebo ten konkrétny issuer sa správa, tak v tom prípade máme tento tretí pilier, a to je exclusion, to znamená, že vyraďujeme takéto firmy z našich portfólií. A zase to robíme hlavne s tým hlavným cieľom, a to je sustainability, to znamená, že nejakú udržateľnosť, aby sme zabezpečili. Ja si Swiss Re napríklad v tomto veľmi vážim, mňa to osobne veľmi motivuje, aj tá veľkosť toho portfólia, ktoré je relatívne veľké na takúto spoločnosť, aj s tou povahou práce, ktorú máme, čiže v podstate toto už je len súčasť asset managementu, čiže to je trošku mimo nášho core businessu, čo Swiss Re vlastne robí. Ale aj napriek tomu, tie peniaze, ktoré dostávame od klientov, sa snažíme takýmto spôsobom zodpovedne investovať. To bude asi všetko.
To bude asi všetko, ako tie úvodné slova, aby sme vedeli, aby sme pochopili ten rámec naozaj, o čom sa aj budeme rozprávať. Je to naozaj úctyhodné, 135 si hovoril miliard balík, ktoré investujete a vy sa zameriavate špeciálne. K tomu sa dostaneme, že naozaj takmer 100% investičného portfólia je oskanovaného, čo je samo o sebe úžasné, ale keby si mohol povedať nejaký príklad tých investícií, o ktorých môžeš teda hovoriť, do nejakých konkrétnych spoločností alebo do nejakých fondov alebo do niečoho.
Investujeme v podstate cez rôzne inštrumenty finančné, ako napríklad samozrejme môžeme to rozdeliť na také dva základné tábory, a to sú taký súkromný trh, ako nejaký private market, a potom máme samozrejme public, čiže na verejných trhoch. Ten súkromný trh mňa osobne teda viacej zaujíma asi, lebo sú tam veľmi špecifické transakcie, ktoré sú napríklad v infrastructure loans, kde nakupujeme v podstate, alebo máme v portfóliách rôzne infrastructure loans so zameraním na podporu napríklad obnoviteľnej energie alebo povedzme na transport, to znamená, že povedzme stavanie napríklad kolajníc pre vláky a tak ďalej, aby sa odľahčila zase prípadne metro, aby sa odľahčila zase doprava v tom danom meste a podobné záležitosti. Čiže sú tam veľmi zaujímavé investície, ktoré súvisia vlastne buď aspoň jedným z tých ESG, Environmental Social Governance, to znamená, že či sa už pozeráme na ten environmental faktor alebo ten social faktor, a takisto napríklad na základe tohto máme aj rôzne green, social a sustainable bondy v našich portfóliách. A tiež relatívne veľkú porciu. Neviem, či sa k tomu dostaneme alebo nie, ale v zásade sa snažíme zvyšovať aj tento mandate v týchto zelených investíciách. Takže tak, ja mám obľúbený príklad. Apple napríklad má veľmi, veľmi zaujímavé issuance, zamerané na renewable energy, čiže napríklad stavanie solárnych panelov, veterných elektrární a podobne. Do týchto všetkých vecí sa dá zainvestovať, sú tam desiatky v podstate miliard v green bondoch issunutých na trhu k dispozícii. Si pamätám, že kedysi ešte, alebo teda pred niekoľkými rokmi nebolo dokonca ani také ľahké nájsť nejakú vhodnú investíciu, ktorú by sme vedeli posúdiť my ako, že je naozaj zelená. Ale teraz v podstate čím ďalej, tým viacej príležitosti, za čo som samozrejme rád. Takže ideme aj my týmto smerom a v podstate vidíme aj, že aj veľa governmentov, veľa štátov vydáva takisto zelené bondy napríklad, alebo sustainable bondy tiež.
Ty nie si samozrejme policy maker v rámci Swiss Re, ty si to adoptoval a evidentne ťa to naplňa, si rád, si aj sám povedal, že si šťastný, že to tak je. Ako vlastne vysvetľovali v rámci spoločnosti, že áno, ideme touto cestou a s našim portfóliom budeme robiť naozaj rozumné rozhodnutia, udržateľné rozhodnutia a budeme investovať do ESG? Ono to je aj celkom také logické, keď sa pozrieme na svet, ako funguje. Takisto vidíme OSN, jak sme sa dohadovali na v podstate do akej miery máme, aby sme boli udržateľní do budúcna. Hej, oteplovanie planéty do 1,5 stupňa sa snažíme. Máme spoločný cieľ, nielen my ako Swiss Re, ale celý svet v podstate a všetky spoločnosti. Takže a sme tlačení do istej miery aj reguláciami, a takisto nielen my, ale samozrejme všetky spoločnosti. A je to relatívne aj prestížna vec, ak to môžem takto povedať, aj z pohľadu klienta a prípadne investorov, pretože je vždy je príjemné ukázať, že máme zodpovedné portfólio pripravené. Takže tak. A ako je to s tou kontrolou? Lebo sme hovorili takmer 100% naskenované portfólio, proste mať naozaj predstavu o tom, že čo, aj do čoho investuješ a tak ďalej. Ty sám teda participuješ aj na vyraďovaní. Čiže ako to vlastne funguje v praxi? Lebo naozaj mať pod kontrolou úplne 135 miliard a vedieť naozaj na 100%, že teda áno, sú v súlade s tým, čo
sme na to v podstate ako môj tím, čiže portfolio monitoring tím a spolupracujeme s Responsible Investment tímom, ktorý v podstate je v Zürichu. A je to dobrá otázka, ale Swiss Re našťastie je v tomto veľmi dobre pripravená, čo sa týka technológií. Čiže investujeme nielen do zelených investícií, ale aj do technológií, aby sme my mohli ľahšie predikovať, alebo respektíve aj monitorovať konec koncov tie zelené investície, či sú naozaj zelené alebo nie. Čiže v podstate funguje to tak, že čo najväčšej miere automaticky, sa snažím zautomatizovať celý ten proces, aby jednotlivé trady, ktoré robíme v podstate na dennodennej báze, prípadne existujúce holdingy, ktoré už máme na portfóliách, aby ich systém preskenoval, či naozaj stále platí ten status, ktorý bol, povedzme, zavčera. Lebo sa naozaj môže stať, že jedna spoločnosť kúpi druhú a už to zelené zameranie, ak to mám povedať jednoducho, tak už nie je tam. A sa transferujú tie peniaze, ktoré boli napríklad, to sa stalo aj v minulosti, za ktoré dostala spoločnosť zo zeleného bondu financie a jednoducho po roku alebo po dvoch sa ten tok financií zmenil. A zmenil sa na úplne inú dimenziu. Napríklad začala tá spoločnosť investovať viacej do uholných spoločností alebo do uhlia, ťažby a tak ďalej, čo zase sa nám nepáči. A na to máme tiež aj pripravené v podstate špeciálne také zakázané listy issuerov, ktorých v podstate nechceme kupovať, lebo ničia planetu.
Čiže máte tam ako blacklist.
Ako blacklist v podstate.
Dá sa povedať, a to sa stále asi upravuje evidentne.
A to sa aj stále sa to mení, takže sa to musí maintainovať, takže sa to upravuje stále. Je to extrémne náročné, lebo tam vidíte aj štruktúra tých spoločností je veľmi, častokrát veľmi zložitá. Majú niekoľko, napríklad pri niektorých čínskych firmách máte aj 150 ďalších firiem pod tou konkrétnou materskou firmou, čiže a niekedy viac, a stále sa to mení. Čiže to je na tom pekné na jednej strane, na druhej strane zložité. Čiže k tvojej otázke je to automatizovaný proces do veľkej miery, ale treba tam maintenance, čiže v podstate aj v našom týme my veľa kodujeme napríklad. Čiže nielen robíme tú analýzu samotnú, ale aj veľa kodujeme, čiže nám už v podstate de facto každý deň my uvidíme iba na čo sa máme naozaj sústrediť. Čiže sa nesústredíme na trady, ktoré sú v úplnom poriadku, ale na tie trady, kde vidíme, že aha, tuto máme nejaký problém, tak už potom iba tie analyzujeme.
Poďme na tie zelené bondy, o ktorých si hovoril, green bonds. Do akej miery do nich investujete? Teda, keby si to mal nejak percentuálne možno vyjadriť, a aká je predikcia ďalších investícií?
A to je dobrá otázka. Radi by sme investovali do green bonds čo najviac, samozrejme, a taký je ten náš cieľ. Momentálne tam máme skoro 4 miliardy zainvestované, ale z takého veľkého portfólia, ako máme, tak si myslím, že je tam ešte priestor na ďalšie zlepšenie, čo sa týka tohto. Čiže plán je taký, že by sme budúci rok ešte chceli mať ďalšiu miliardu navýšiť, ale určite to pôjde ďalej, keď vidím ten trend, aký bol. Green bondy sme v podstate v spoločnosti nepoznali ešte pred niekoľkými rokmi a teraz už máme v holdingu niekoľko miliard, takže pôjdeme určite týmto smerom. Čo je ale pozitívne, je to, že v podstate zo strany ESG a sa na portfóliách u nás nenájdete v podstate ESG rateované cez MSCI horšie security ako BB. Čiže v podstate horšie ratingy ani nemáme.
Máme tu už aj otázku z publika. Na základe akých kritérií hodnotíte, či investícia dostatočne spĺňa filozofiu ESG? Sú zohľadňované kritériá definované externe, či hlavne interne?
Dobrá otázka. Niekedy tieto ESG requirementy sú z môjho pohľadu aj také môže individuálne, ale tým, že poznáme už viacero zdrojov, ako som spomínal MSCI alebo takisto Nasdaq, máme ratingy, ktoré sú kalkulované a vytvárané na základe určitých aspektov, čiže presne podľa toho environmental, social, governance, ako sa tá firma, ten issuer správa voči spoločnosti. To znamená, že a takisto aj ako funguje, ako tá spoločnosť. To znamená, že aký má management napríklad. Akí sú tam ľudia exposed, povedzme, nejakým politickým záležitostiam. Alebo napríklad, ako funguje samotná firma voči environmentu, že či znečisťuje, či nie, záleží od toho, aký to je typ firmy. Aké má projekty napríklad, ktoré ránuje. Takže v podstate, či investícia spĺňa ESG, teda k tejto otázke, tak reflektujú to ratingy. Do veľkej miery, ako som spomenul, BB, MSCI ratingy v podstate tí top najzelenší ESG hráči na trhoch sú vlastne AA a AAA rateovaní cez MSCI ESG rating. Čiže používam do veľkej miery napríklad tento atribút, ale samozrejme veľa rôznych iných Napríklad pre rôzne investície sú zase rôzne atribúty potrebné, napríklad Green Bond Principles, hej, ktoré zase sledujeme. Do veľkej miery pozeráme niektoré tie atribúty manuálne aj na Bloombergu, do veľkej miery sú automatizované a na týchto automatizáciách ďalej pracujeme, aby sme čo najjednoduchšie vedeli vyhodnotiť, že či tá investícia je naozaj zelená alebo nie. A toto k tej otázke, že či tie kritéria definované či sú teda hlavne definované externe alebo interne, aj externe do veľkej miery, ale my ako Svízri sme veľmi prudentní, veľmi prísni na to, že keď sme si povedzme, nie je úplne celkom istí, alebo tá spoločnosť sa pohybuje tak na hrane, že by ste povedali, že áno, robí niečo aj pre prírodu, keď to mám nechať v jednoduchom leveli, ale na druhej strane vidíme tam nejaké nadväznosti na iné spoločnosti, ktoré tú prírodu ničia, tak v podstate vtedy sa my interne rozhodujeme, že tak túto spoločnosť nechcem mať v našom portfóliu. Väčšinou to tak je.
Čiže radšej sa prikloníte k tomu, aby ste nešli do zbytočne veľkého rizika, pretože by to mohlo potom zašpiniť celý ten pool. Prišla tam ďalšia otázka, ako vnímate, je to tam, ako vnímate pri rozhodovaní práve nesúlad viacerých ESG ratingov, ktoré niekedy ukazujú výrazne odlišné ratingy tej istej spoločnosti. A stáva sa to vôbec?
Stáva sa to.
Áno?
Stáva sa to. Tam je presne už potom ten interný assessment potrebný. Keď vidíme, že sú tam rôzne ratingy napríklad, vo veľkom používame MSCI rating, na ňo sa zatiaľ spoliehame. Ale pokiaľ vidíme, že nemusí byť úplne presný aj ten MSCI rating, hej, zatiaľ sa na ňo spoliehame, ale keď vidíme, že sú tam takéto otázky, tak v tom prípade je to už presne na konzultáciu aj s Responsible Investment tímom, ktorý máme v Zürichu a už sa potom dohadujeme a robíme detailnú analýzu tých jednotlivých issuerov, keď máme takéto pochybnosti. A potom sa rozhodneme, či chceme takého issuera mať v portfóliu alebo nie. Ako Svízri, my sme teraz získali aj ocenenie, čo sa týka ESG od S&P a takisto aj cez MSCI, myslím, že máme rating momentálne A. Čiže v podstate my sa tiež radíme do tých, práve vďaka tomu portfóliu, alebo teda jedna z vecí, ktoré sa snažíme naozaj na tejto udržateľnej a zodpovednej báze, tak aj to je možno jeden z dôvodov, prečo ten rating je relatívne dobrý. Ale môže byť stále lepší.
Martin, ďakujem veľmi pekne. Prišla posledná otázka. Posledná hovorím preto, lebo naozaj posledná, ktorú budeme môcť v tomto vstupe zodpovedať. Takže ďakujem za každú jednu otázku, v tomto prípade dokonca podpísaná. Takže Jana Ružická by chcela vedieť, medzi excluded sectors patrí v Sustainable Investments určite defenzívna industria, alebo teda priemysel. Ako sa zmenil v súvislosti s vojnou na Ukrajine u vás, aj nazeranie naň, a či to prehodnocujete nejakým spôsobom?
Povedal by som, že pokračujeme. Áno, je to tak. To znamená, že čo sa týka tých exclusions, my sme napríklad sankcie, ktoré boli vyvolané voči Rusku, samozrejme museli reflektovať aj na našich portfóliách. To znamená, že my u nás v podstate, čo sa týka konkrétne ruských investícií, na portfóliách nenájdete de facto nič.
Ruské, jasné, ale to konkrétne špeciálne do obranných technológií a spoločností, ktoré sa tomu venujú.
Áno. Takisto, čo sa týka týchto záležitostí, je to dosť komplikovaná otázka, snažíme sa im vyhýbať týmto investíciám vo všeobecnosti.
Viac nám nepovieš, takže ti ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Ale môžem kľudne ešte, ak máme čas.
Ne, však ako tú otázku, ak by si chcel rozvinúť nejak, môžeš, že snažíte sa vyhýbať, ale nedá sa to evidentne na 100%, som to pochopil podľa tej odpovede?
Veľmi by záležalo potom, o ktorých konkrétne spoločnostiach sa rozprávame. Asi tak by som to popísal. Lebo
dobrá, čo zvažuje, že jedna spoločnosť áno, druhá nie?
Záležalo by, povedzme, pri exclusions veľakrát závisia od toho, že akým percentom sa venuje tá spoločnosť určitej aktivite. Hej. Čiže v podstate, keby sme videli, alebo keby vidíme, že tá spoločnosť má zelené projekty, z nášho pohľadu by bola, že správa sa zodpovedne, povedzme má aj dobrý ESG rating, tak v tom prípade by sme to mohli zvážiť, že takú spoločnosť mať, aj keď má povedzme nejaké iné aktivity alebo nejaké iné dcérske spoločnosti, ktoré v podstate s touto spoločnosťou spolupracujú.
Čiže ak vyrába povedzme 10% jej portfólia predstavujú termobarické strely, ktoré sa používajú aj
tak takú firmu by si nás nechcel.
OK, dobre, to som chcel vedieť. Dobre, ďakujem ti veľmi pekne, dámy a páni. Veľký potlesk pre Martina Vicena za jeho náhľad a hlavne priblíženie tej filozofie hľadiska spoločnosti Swissry. Ďakujem ti veľmi pekne, naozaj. Ďakujem ti. My iba urobíme, we're gonna change a little bit the seating setup and we're gonna continue because we will talk about changing the technologies because it's not important only not to use some materials not to be wasteful, but also innovation is very important. And that's why we're going to have a panel and panelists that will talk about this topic because the next panel's name is the new approaches for the greener future, innovative technologies and strategies in practice. And I see that we are almost done. Okay, give us 1 minute and we're going to continue. Thank you very much. As I see, we are done. Okay, so in that case, everybody is present in this panel. That's good to see. And when I was talking about the topic, I'm very happy that I can introduce to you the speakers. One of those is Mr. Norbert Kurila. It's advisor of the President Office of the President of the Slovak Republic. Please join us. Dobrý deň, nech sa páči, sadkajte si. Next to him, Veronika Repiska, Coordinator, Project Manager, Upracme Slovensko, občianske združenie, OZ. Please take a seat. And as you see, from all the way from England, Mrs. Tara Lindstedt, Chairperson, Vanea, Investment Arm of IPM Group. Hello and welcome.
Thank you.
Hello, we are so happy that you could come. Okay, let's talk about ESG strategy and of course practical implementations. What is your point of view at the practical implementation? Because we were already talking about this topic with other panelists, but I would like to see your point of view. So how to properly apply ESG in companies' policy? And why is it important to do so?
Me? Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for asking me. It's a pleasure to be here. Marianne tells me that I'm going to become an honorary Slovak. So after Brexit, I think that'll be really helpful.
Okay.
So for ESG implementation, actually, I think a good example of is what happened with Exxon and Tesla. I mean, I'm sure you're aware that Exxon became the top, amongst the top winners of ESG compliance and capability as far as the financial markets were concerned. And of course, that was red-ragged to the bull that Elon Musk is. And we had this issue of what does it actually mean when you talk about ESG compliance. To me, I've been doing this for over 30 years. I started my career in the 90s working on the Kyoto Principles. I'm an engineer and a risk analyst. And I can tell you that actually ESG is very black and white. We're either compliant or we're not. Mm-hmm. And everything else that we do is basically to make us feel better. So the things that we can do to make us ESG compliant using innovation is to make sure that European manufactured cars use European manufactured batteries. That's, step number one. So making the certificate of origin carry the ESG compliance certificate is a very important innovation. And the other one is to look at the most polluters, and the biggest polluter is food, the food sector. If we agree to all be vegan, will we agree to all be vegan? Will we stop eating the meat? I don't know. So maybe we have to admit that that's not possible and move on and look at something else. So it's about agreeing what is possible and what isn't and being honest about it, I believe.
Thank you very much. That was absolutely lovely start. I'm sure that you see the name Maria Kostická as well on this graphic. She couldn't come today. We find it out today because of health issues. But we wish her good luck and all the best. But she couldn't be here, and we couldn't change the graphic. That's why it's as it is. Let's continue with Veronika. So your point of view.
Well, from my point of view, as I'm part of an NGO, I cannot really tell on the point of from big companies. But when it comes to the point from my point of view is that the NGOs are actually the ones that actually implement kind of these ESG strategies in real life. Maybe it's not in that big picture like maybe companies do, but we do it at least in our small area where we actually know the place, what is necessary to do there. And for example, also our NGO, we do, let's say, only a small part. We do basically cleanups of the areas in Slovakia, and we organize like these huge national campaigns, but this is actually a great tool to raise awareness and to make it more or less more visible for the people, for schools, for municipalities. And so yeah, basically this is what our NGO does, and many other NGOs in Slovakia, and I bet also in the world. And also for us, what is necessary is, for example, the funding, because without the funding, we wouldn't be able to do more or less anything. And so that is what is actually really necessary to provide sustainable funding, either from grants or from partners from private sector, or also maybe from the government. But it's basically pretty difficult to discuss or cooperate with government as they are so busy with other stuff. But so basically what we need is the people, and with NGOs there are always motivated people, otherwise they wouldn't be part of the NGOs, as they do it for free usually and in their free time. And then also cooperation with private sector, the funding, and in ideal situation with government.
And last but not least, Mr. Kurala.
Yes, maybe I will bring up the dimension of public sector, because we've heard a bit of the companies and NGOs, and ESG is a kind of a natural DNA in our case, even though we are not reporting on our sustainability and social and governance issues. But anyhow, the sustainability combined innovation is something that we are driving in the Presidential Palace, for example. And while saying that, Office of the President will become probably the first presidential office in the world which will be climate neutral by 2030 or earlier, and very likely the first public institution in Slovakia. So leading by example, showing and combining sustainability with the innovations, I think it's all doable, and actually for the same amount of investment and money, you can make real impact. So in my view, there is a great potential which is still untapped in the public sector as well, and through good examples, actually also saving at the end of the day money, given the energy efficiency gains and so on, we can be sustainable, and actually we can deliver also on our targets.
Okay, so let's go to the practice. When you opened this topic, let's continue with you. So how do you want to get there in 2030 to get carbon neutral, or how are you going to implement ESG in Presidential Palace?
So we follow the evidence-based approach. So first of all, we did some mapping and some analysis numbers. We have used actually carbon calculator to know which part is producing the most emissions. Obviously, in our case, it was transport or mobility because of air travels, and it represents roughly almost 2/3 of our carbon footprint. So in order to avoid any greenwashing, actually blur around that, we need to and actually bring figures and evidence that we are delivering. So basically, we have numbers. We did some practical analysis, including, for example, energy audits, how our buildings are performing, what could be better, what can we change in terms of heating, cooling, energy saving. So kind of an exact plan, which gave us 13 recommendations, which are now basically in the pipeline of implementations. And on top of evidence-based, we have 5 clusters, speaking about the mobility, energy, buildings in terms of energy efficiency gains, green infrastructure, and including offsetting, and others like green public procurement, zero waste office, ban on single-use plastics. So all of these sectors or clusters are actually, we're trying to drive the emissions down. Of course, because of the air travels, we cannot really go immediately, so we need to offset those. And the carbon calculator told us we need to plant at least 1,400 trees to offset those emission budgets for mobility. But this is actually the structure. But the idea is that we don't want to be green just ourselves. The point is that we want to motivate and actually engage others on the path of sustainability, and this comes other projects that we want to alleviate our Green Office 2030 project to the next level, mostly targeting public buildings, public sector, but also going to the private. For example, Madam President will reward through her program, which we call Green Stamp or Green Seal, those renovations or those upgrades of the building that would meet actually our standard, and she will actually reward them with a seal. Because if you want to really make an impact, you really need to be focusing in one way or the other. We pick up the renovation wave or the energy efficiency in buildings as one of the key drivers. Also today we are in a beautiful green building, but unfortunately there is none in the public sector one, so we need to change it.
Okay, I would like to encourage you to interact in case that you would like to add something or you will not agree with the other panelists, you can do so. But before we continue, there's a follow-up question, and I think it's absolutely normal to ask it. Then will the presidential palace or office turn to electric cars?
It did already. At least some of the car fleet has been electrified, mostly through plug-in hybrids, but also electric cars for let's say, city mobility. And by the way, when we did comparison compared to the last year, due to the change of car fleet to more electric, we reduced our carbon footprint by 60% in 1 year. Of course, it takes time to electrify the complete fleet. But what's more interesting, we have also other ways of transport supporting, let's say, walking or bikes or scooters. But even for the cars, we have actually charging stations coming now from one of the roofs, which will be now it's a green roof, but there will be another element of photovoltaics on that, so we can actually charge our own cars with our own energy in terms of creating an energy island. So it's on the way. We perhaps need more times to change complete fleet, but I think 70 to 80% it's been already electrified.
Okay, thank you very much. This is how the presidential palace wants to approach this topic. But what are the recommendations? How to get to the ESG? How to apply it properly? And are there any risks by doing so? We can follow with you, Mr. Lenker.
What do you mean by risks?
Are there any? I'm not sure. Maybe financial, because we are talking that no, it's not profitable. So some companies are struggling with money. Is it costly? Isn't it costly?
The thing is to actually understand that nothing happens without incentives. I mean, there needs to be incentives to enable people to buy electric cars, because electric cars are expensive compared to second-hand diesel or second-hand petrol cars. And if you're a first-time car buyer, or if you're in some emerging frontier country and you're trying to buy a bike and somebody tells you, buy the expensive electric bike, you need help with that. I mean, petrol and oil was subsidized since its conception. We've got used to cheap electricity. We've never paid the real price of electricity. And renewable energy became palatable with gas and other forms of electricity because it was incentivized. There were feed-in tariffs and all kinds of incentives that were given to create that market to bring it all together. And now we saw from the city presentation, from Zara's presentation, that Central Eastern Europe is distressed in terms of trying to achieve goals, simply because there isn't that recognition that we need to address the whole value chain. We need to go circular in terms of value chain. It's cradle to cradle as opposed to cradle to grave. We got used to the cradle to grave mentality. Buy something, use something, dump it, and bury it in the earth and forget about it. We can't do that anymore. So the risks are that we don't give people the incentives they need to comply with what is required. That's very important. The other thing is ill-informed activism is a risk. When people start campaigning, I see a question: do producers of electric batteries care where and how rare earths are mined? Yes, they care. They care, but
all of them?
Not all of them. But we have to make them care. We have to be informed as consumers. So we are at a cusp. We are at a cusp. We've got pandemics. We've got a step change in the way we live. It's a whole new era. Now we make masks and vaccines as biggest industries. Amazon is a role model for how we're going to be distributing goods across the world. They will define logistics, they will define transport, they will define, in a way, the way we live. So how can we make sure that we manage the risks? By voting for the right policies. Our vote is the only weapon that we have, right? And when the presidential palace leads by example and does life cycle assessments and talks about electric vehicles, then that should be available to most members of the public. There should be a fund, actually, so that first-time buyers of cars could apply to buy. And we need to look at the entire value chain from cradle to cradle. How do we return it to cradle? We need to have charging of EV. Ability to buy is the first thing. Ability to charge is the second thing. Ability to care for the waste is just as important as manufacturing and jobs. So a holistic approach, and all of us are responsible for our future, not just the government, because what we give the government is our vote.
If I'm not mistaken, there was a fund or incentive from side of our government, but it was gone in 8 minutes, so it was very fast.
So it wasn't enough.
Yes, definitely, it was not enough. It was like, yeah, we are feeling good because we're doing something, but it's not sustainable. Veronika, would you like to add something?
Good question. Well, what I would like to add to Ms. Lindstedt is that we also need, or the risks maybe in our region is, that people maybe are not that well educated maybe about our situation and about maybe ESG in general, what it actually is. And so maybe there is also the necessity to improve this awareness, and this is what usually us and NGOs do, that we do all these educational campaigns and raise awareness either via only social media or also maybe with these national campaigns, because when people actually, for example with cleanups, the biggest effect is when people actually attend the cleanup, when they actually pick up the trash and they put it back in the bin, and then they maybe finally realize that, oh, okay, it's cleaner here, then this is what I actually like and prefer. So it is educate and make them do the action, also the people, and that is what really had an effect for us. For the companies and for government, maybe it is more difficult, but when they cooperate with NGOs like we are, then it is also probably a better connection with ordinary people, let's say, that we let's say meet with them, we discuss with them, and also then it is a good connection, people, NGO, company or government, and then together when we connect and when we cooperate, then that is when the biggest effect will be.
Education is, but we all agree it's a long shot, very important and absolutely necessity, but it's a long shot. Are there any low-hanging fruits in this meaning that we can do right now?
Yeah.
And it will bring success.
Yeah, there is, and it's called security of supply. That's the first thing. We need to work on diversification of supply. So you can't just say, I'm going to be nuclear, or I'm going to be wind, or I'm going to be solar. We need a diversification of the generation mix. We need to have an open mind to be able to assess all the risks and not stick to a policy just because we want to have a policy. You know, it's good to be flexible. It's good to admit mistakes, and to have a choice, a security of supply. So for Europe, we've woken up all of a sudden because there was a pandemic, and all of a sudden everybody's like, oh my goodness me, everything's coming from China and Korea and Japan. We need security of supply. But it's not like it happened overnight, did it? We were quite happy in Britain to sell all of our industry, all of our technology to the highest bidder. We sold our industries to the Chinese willingly. Volvo Cars, the world's safest, nicest Swedish brand, is owned by the Chinese. Everything is up for sale as far as we're concerned in the capitalist countries. And why not, right? But we can't just suddenly wake up and say, oh my goodness, those naughty Chinese, they've got everything and we got nothing. Well, we sold it to them, and they are our partners. We have to work with China, They are one of the biggest forces in the world. We can't just be up or them, right? We have to partner. It's about partnership. And it's about collaboration. It's about reconciliation, because, we can't afford wars anymore, really, right? So for Europe, I think it's important that we take seriously the incentives that are required to make European industry, and I talk about Europe in the context of UK as well as Europe. We need jobs. We need to be able for people to retrain in new sectors and new industries. So it shouldn't be that if you're green, you don't believe in mining or in batteries. There can be green mining. You can have a green mining initiative. How can we be sustainably and responsibly mining what we need out of the earth and put it back in a responsible and, caring way? And NGOs are just another example of why we need debate. It's not them and us, is it? Because the minute an NGO gets some sponsorship from big industry, nobody trusts it anymore because that element of trust. And then they're always asking for money at the same time. So there is something to do here, which is to do with a different way of living, I think. We need to change the way we live.
Yeah, we have to start from us personally. But are there any other easy wins?
Yes, there are. The thing is that how we approach them, because when we talk about the sustainability, you have so many elements, angles, starting from yourself. I was mentioning the example of Madam President and committing her office to be climate neutral, but it starts from our own. But I would like to be maybe speaking about the businesses, and there was a mentioning of what could be done in Slovakia other way in order to embark on sustainability and on job creation, employment, investment that would stay local. And it's actually the new era of, or the new business models that are now arising, and new ecosystems that are being now seeded. And this is something that Slovakia could play a very constructive role in that, basically embarking on transition, but also creating investments. And these are all the startup combining digital and green tech together, but also decarbonizing the whole economy and society, starting with the energy, but also going to industry, including other sectors like buildings, agriculture, transport. So I think in all these sectors, you can bring new ideas, new innovation that will be compatible with sustainability principles. And this is a really a big potential in Slovakia. We are automotive superpower in the world, so we need to also do something on that front, because we don't want to lose this power, but transform this power to the needs of future. And also for the other industries, like we are traditionally heavy industrial economy with very many energy-intensive industries like steel manufacturing, pulp and paper, chemistry, cement, and so on. So we don't want these companies to leave Slovakia, but to transform and actually be compatible with sustainability principles. And this is a huge chance that will be seized once the focus is actually centered and there is enough incentives to drive those innovations. One of the tools.
But is there enough incentive? Because, for example, do you have a renewable energy policy that offers renewable energy development? I see that there's very little of that here. And I've just seen a question here. Are you satisfied that you have a good public transport policy? So, I mean, the future, we don't look at the new ways of living, the future of flight, the future of transport. Is the future that we're all going to get on buses to go to work and have a scooter in our backpack and have a performance car for the weekend, or what? What is the future?
Yeah, maybe replying to the incentive side first. So when I talk about the big energy and big industry, they are part of emission trading schemes. So there is a certain kind of a stick and carrot approach. They need to meet certain, let's say, quotas in terms of emitting the CO2. If they not, they have to pay sort of a penalty or be motivated to invest in order to decarbonize their operations and not to pay so much for emission allowances. But you have also other incentives like for renewables. Maybe there will be more of that coming, perhaps not for each part, but maybe for the heating, cooling sector, for more decentralized energy. That is something that is already a scheme in place and could be enlarged also in terms of scope. So I think there is innovative ways how to create those incentives, also playing with taxes and actually putting more taxes on things that pollutes and redesigning the whole taxation system. To actually favor more cleaner products and services. So this is really a long run. As you said, the climate neutrality is actually our country subscribed as one of the leading country in the region to be climate neutral by 2050. So it's a really long run. But we need to take decisive actions now, these years, in order to peak emissions by 2030 and stabilize them and then go sharply further down.
This was the answer to the question that Mr. Peter Rusniak gave. So how to motivate people to use more green cars or electric cars and this technology. And when we are talking about the technology, how important is the evolution in technological meaning for ESG?
So we are, technological. I've been doing IP commercialization for decades. To commercialize innovative technologies from R&D stage, from lab stage to utility scale is like an S-curve, right? You go from development and then all of a sudden like that, and then it becomes mainstream. And that at the exponential point of the S-curve, you're spending most of your risk money, whether or not it's going to work and it's going to become mainstream technology. And we have so many of those innovative technologies out today. So there's a lot of money, venture money and government money and grant money being spent in all these innovative technologies. The trick here is to pick a few winners and support them to give them incentives.
Who's going to do so? Who's going to be the decider?
The decider has to be, again, the voters who vote their governments in with policies, with green policies. For example, someone presented about green bonds. Green bonds are a very good way of financing big projects, big infrastructure projects. But governments have to support them, have to support the subscription and creation of green bonds. It's again, you ask for low-hanging fruit. Very low-hanging fruit is renewable energy. It's very easy to do because it's mainstream. Issuance of green bonds and subscription as a form of savings with green bonds, and creating jobs in the innovative sectors of e-mobility and basically digitalization. Everything is now digitalized. We do so much with chips, data clouds.
I will put one more dimension, and it's energy efficiency. because you can put energy efficiency in all operations, businesses, transport, companies. So I think following that order, I think energy efficiency first principle is kind of a guiding tool for many. So I think if we talk about the new spheres, I think it would be very tough even to meet the targets and be compatible and save actually your payments if you cannot tackle energy efficiency. So I think we need to count on that as well.
Absolutely. I mean, energy efficiency, even without being green and ESG, is a requirement because we don't have enough energy. When you don't have enough of something, you try to save it and be efficient. It's just like money in your pocket. That goes without saying. But national insurance and pensions, I mean, look at the way we've not got any. I mean, are you happy with the way your pension is coming around? I mean, we didn't do a good job about that. So maybe what we need to do is look at the way we are going to teach people for getting new jobs and in the green sector, with in financial services and in new manufacturing, and helping people back to work, because that's the most, getting people working in the new sectors is going to make them ESG compliant, because they have to do it at work.
But it takes time until maybe new technologies are developed. Are you waiting, for example, in this case, because this is a practical point of view, are you waiting for some technologies to come until 2030, or you are already working with those technologies that are available right now? Because, 8 years is a huge time, and we see how
and they'll
quick
change
everything
the target anyway. They'll make it 2035, and they'll make it 2040. We are good at kicking the ball down the lane, aren't we? Because look at how the targets of COP is changing. COP 25, then COP 26, and now God knows what's going to happen in COP 28. In 1992, we said we're going to have everything sorted out by 2025, right? But are we going to?
Sustainable nuclear fusion. It's always 40 years ahead of us, but it's all the time 40 years. In 40 years we will have it. They said it in 1970s. But so are you playing with the idea? What's gonna be available in 2030?
We're focusing actually on the let's say short or midterm period. So we are not actually dreaming of breakthrough technologies that could be implemented by 2030. Rather, actually seizing the best available technologies that could fit and be fit for future as well. So I talk about energy efficiency again, creating our own electricity through photovoltaics, having also green roofs for water retention, promoting city biodiversity with bees and our own honey, which is also an original present to the partners and so on. So I think we are focusing what could be done really at this stage. I was mentioning this energy audit, which mapped very well the situation where we produce the most CO2. So we are focusing also to target the low-hanging fruits, but also looking at the wider horizon, mostly for the heating systems, combining the heat pumps and so on. But it's rather current technologies, not the technologies which is to be developed or be available commercially in future.
Mrs. Lindstedt, I see that you see some question that you would like to ask.
I love this question. I don't know why the person who posted it is anonymous, because you reflect what most people are thinking. How can you expect people to vote for sustainability if there are more pressing issues currently in daily lives of people, inflation, war, for example? So who was it? Come on, own up. It was you, right. How many of you are thinking that? Yeah, quite a few hands. Yeah, you're right, absolutely. However, without us saving the planet, we won't be here long enough to see peace either. We've kicked this ball down the lane. I'm very sorry, I apologize, because my father's and my grandfather's generation actually did this to us, right? We've kind of inherited theirs, and we're trying not to pass it on to our children. But we created what we see in the world today as an issue, because human beings have very short memory and we're greedy, and we kick the ball down the lane because tomorrow is another day. That's our motto, isn't it? So I think we have to deal with wars, you're right. We have to deal with inflation, you're right. But at the same time, in parallel, and an overriding principle, we have to clean up shop. We have to clean up around us, you know. Energy efficiency, not overusing the resources of the planet, not putting dirt in the atmosphere that makes us sick. I do a lot of work in Africa. Most of the issues are in where 1 billion people still live on this planet without access to electricity. So they're burning wood, and they're inhaling kerosene fumes, and the biggest bill is healthcare, right? Healthcare systems, innovation in healthcare is going to save us so much money, a lot more than energy efficiency. So we have to just not look at our own problems. We have to look at the rest of the world. And you can't tell them not to buy a car. If they can afford one, they want to buy a car. So we just have to get everything in perspective, I think.
So technology is very important, and I will come back. We're going to continue, but I will come back to the technology question and continue with Veronika. I know my imagination is that you are very, very dependent on manpower in your field of expertise.
Woman power, not manpower.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
I did slap myself, okay, for that. Women power, okay. Men in general, I meant like human being, but technology.
Human power is okay.
Human power.
You're okay.
All
You're
right.
fine.
Thank you. Finally, human power. So, how important is in your line of work the technology aspect?
It's very important because without technology we wouldn't have any data, and without data we wouldn't be able to know where actually to do the cleanups and to which locations to focus on. So we use a Slovak application called Trash Out, which is used even globally.
Yes, it is.
And you see.
It is. I vouch for it. It is.
Yeah, and we use it for mapping of illegal dump sites. So people can actually just go in the nature or in the city, take a picture of the place, and then it is visible in the app. And then so we know where to organize the cleanups, and we can then also know how many of the places were actually cleaned, or how many of these places are still not cleaned. And so with this application and with this technology, we are actually really we wouldn't be able to do such good work without technology. I mean, maybe not all of them use this application and use the technologies, but it actually helps us to really concentrate on the places where it is necessary, where it is necessary to do the cleanups, and then also we can help those communities in our country to help them either with gloves to clean the places, or with some PR, etc., so that more and more people can be engaged in all these activities. And after that, we also can make reports on how many people actually attended, how much of waste was collected. So yeah, technology for us is really something that we need, and without it, we wouldn't be even able to measure the effect of our work.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, technology is going to be the only thing one of the only key issues that would help us save what we've done in terms of damage to the world. Because if you think about it, with the advent of internet and mobile phone, lives changed. I mean, the immediate access to information meant that everybody was aware of what was happening instantaneously almost. And if you compare, for example, parity of access to technology, Haiti is the poorest nation on earth. United States is the richest nation on earth.
Next to each other.
Right? Compare them. Per capita, the Haiti people have more mobile phones than the United States, because they will stop eating, they will stop doing anything just to have the latest gadget, because it gives them a sense of being part of the world, and it gives people a sense of being a human being. So access to technology is going to change the world.
This is a huge transition to the question that I would wanted to, and great transition actually, to the question that I wanted to give you, because you mentioned Africa, that you are very active over there, and usually when we talk about sustainability, we are talking about the developed countries.
Because we're selfish.
Because we are selfish, okay, but because we are responsible for most of the damages on the world, according to the environment, etc. What about the poor countries or poorer countries? Much more people are living in those countries in the world than in developed countries in general. Are they talking about ESG, and is it even possible to ask them?
Absolutely. So Marian Pucek, who sat here, I met him 12 years ago. He was an analyst in a fund, and he was doing due diligence on a wind farm I was developing in the middle of the desert. And he was doing the due diligence. And he will tell you that the biggest spend on that project was counting the birds, because the European Investment Bank wanted us to do a bird study to make sure that the wind turbines didn't damage the birds, which I totally abide by. I'm an ESG specialist. Of course, I do the risk assessment for birds. However, it's a good example of why we've gone a bit overboard, because we were advised, and we spent millions on this study, and we tried to show them that actually the highest number of birds are killed by banging themselves into your window, high-rise flats, or being eaten by cats. And wind farms, were down the line. But nevertheless, we had to create these things called MAC vultures. MAC vultures were actually platforms we erected in the desert to put fresh meat on top, so that these endangered vultures would eat the meat and not hit the turbine, because vultures look down when they fly like this. And so they keep going into objects. So we had a revolt. We had the nomads revolting because they were saying they don't get a chance to eat fresh meat. And we are giving it to the vultures. Mm-hmm. Why are we doing this? So we had to try and sort of get this education campaign going about acceptability of risk. It's just an example. And then you take that in a bigger context in Africa and India and elsewhere, where we are very active. We're working very closely with the Slovak government's help, actually. You're a very good nation when it comes to collaborative engagements with other nations. That's why, maybe because you build so many cars here for everybody. But I really commend you with that. But maybe you want to extend that technology and build more than just the cars, the whole ecosystem. In Africa, there is the biggest movement about self-sufficiency. They want to assemble. They want to have assembly plants. They want to have manufacturing capability. But nobody wants to contemplate that, because there's not that element of trust that they can do the return on investment that we expect. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, okay? Mm-hmm. So we have to change the way we make ESG-driven investments. Impact investing isn't just a word. It actually has criteria that we have to adhere to. And if we do that with help of nations like Slovakia, because you're so industry savvy, you know how to build things, you can help nations in Africa, in India, in Indonesia, and elsewhere to have self-sufficiency using your technology. And that's how we would get new value chains.
Isn't there a problem that everybody thinks about the other country, that it's a concurrent, it's a competitor, and maybe if we gonna help somebody, we're gonna lose jobs over here, etc., etc.
That's why we need to we need to look at an alliance-driven model, a platform that says, here's a map. This is the demand for. Just use cars, because you make a lot of cars here. Here's the demand for cars in terms of people who want to buy cars, and here's the supply for cars in terms of where the cars come from. Increasingly, because of climate change, because of pandemics, we want to shorten the supply chains. We want to make things where we consume them. So if we are in Europe, we want to make our cars in Europe and drive them in Europe. De facto, we have to help the Africans and the Asians somehow to get their cars built in their countries, and with our help, and extend our markets, because that way we get more customers. It's about extending the footprint through alliances and global platforms. I mean, a new era of colonialism, which is collective colonialism, because we all want to colonialize each other. So, nonsense, huh?
Oh. But let's move further.
But very nice nonsense.
No,
Said in a very
absolutely
nice way.
acceptable nonsense, so to say. But the question about the bonds, you mentioned them also. We talked a lot about them today. So, what is your experience with green loans? Are they more accessible for smaller organizations? And
Green loans are a myth. They don't exist. Okay, it's a nice word. Where's the nice gentleman from Swiss Re? Where are you? Come on, admit. How many green loans have you given or seen? Zero. So let's just be frank with each other. It's a very nice concept, okay? But to define a green loan, we have to define the parameters that determine green, okay? He used a very nice word. He didn't say whitewash, he said greenwash. Did you notice that? He said, you used the word greenwash, didn't you? I was very amused by that because we have replaced many words in our vocabulary with green. Greenwash instead of whitewash, right? But actually, what does it mean? What does green mean? So when I joined IPM and I started working in Slovakia, the first thing I asked them 20 months ago was, you need to do a life cycle assessment and determine, quantitatively what green means, like you've done for the presidential palace with energy efficiency. Then we can say what a green bond is or what a green loan is, because they will tell you that if you can prove that your life cycle analysis certificate says that your carbon neutrality is 5 instead of 25, then your then your loan would be LIBOR plus 1% instead of LIBOR plus 5%, because I'm giving you 4 points off for the greenness of your activity. But nobody is actually doing that.
But so maybe I slightly disagree, because I think you have few sectors where green loans work, and this is the building sector. You can get, I'm not talking about the businesses and technologies and innovation part, but if you actually upgrade and retrofit your building in a more sustainable way, you get a premium and you pay actually lower loan. So there is certain maneuvering. Of course, you need a criteria, you need a system, you need a certification, so they understand how you comply with the criteria. And the project we have, or the second project we are now developing with the cities and municipalities and the region, is actually what is the standard for the green renovation and how public buildings can actually meet similar standards as the private sector. We are now in this beautiful venue, which is a platinum BREEAM or LEED certification. And in the building sector, we created this kind of a certification for public sector buildings, and those are now taken by the banks. And actually, if they do the due diligence and they meet this criteria, they get the premium on the loan. So I think it's not perhaps working across the economy, but you have few areas where you can actually
energy efficiency and building efficiency has been going for quite a long time, but that's actually to do, it's not so much to do with the green as such. The green. So what we're talking about, the climate-driven, ESG-driven investments, the impact investments, and all the bonds that they're sending. We're hoping that it'll come to be as good as this kind of certification approach, but it's not in practice, at least in project finance. So we're trying to do that. We're trying to do that for Innovat in Slovakia, Innovat Autos Voderady site. So. I don't know if you're aware, but we signed a partnership for the first time with the IFC to co-develop. And the IFC's PS 1 to 8, performance standards 1 to 8, and equator principles are the basis for creating the green platform. So the banks, I think, signed this equator principles and the extension to the Basel guidelines, and now that's going to maybe translate itself into project finance green, which would be an achievement. But again, it goes back to doing ESIAs, which take 12 to 15 months, for God's sake. I mean, really, one-stop shop is what's lacking I mean, in Europe, of all places, in Africa, it takes less time to do ESIAs and ESG compliance. And in India, even though you're under the scrutiny of so many NGOs, because you have to make sure you don't upset anybody, it takes less time. Here, it takes an inordinate amount of time, which I'm not sure why. Why? Anybody?
Because we love it.
You love doing it?
Yeah.
Being late?
This way, yeah. Evidently. But I hear that the green loans or green money in this case is like unicorn. It's nice, but nobody saw it.
But it's the future.
It's the future.
It's the future.
But I'm gonna ask very kind of way. Did you see something like that, or did you use some cheap money that because you wanted to spend it on ESG?
I don't know how to answer this question without being rude or impolite.
It's okay, be rude.
But yeah, there are many companies that want to support NGOs or make their ESG profile better, higher through giving money to NGOs. Without actually doing it themselves or without really meaning it. So we also do something like audit of the companies that that contact us, that they want to cooperate with us. So we don't say that, yeah, you want to give us money, yes, so we will cooperate with you. No, we don't do that. We always talk with the companies. We have discussions with the companies, also within our team. We ask them what their strategy is, how they want to, if they want to cooperate with us in the long run, or just like for a year or half a year, or just for one campaign, and what their ESG profile is, what their activities are. And only after having considered all of these aspects of what they do, then we decide on whether we want to cooperate with them or not, because we don't want to cooperate with someone just because they give us money, which we can then give to the volunteers. But we also want to make the companies reconsider their values and their strategy by not saying yes to all of them.
Yeah.
Because when you say yes to all of them without giving them the feedback that they do something wrongly or that they do something just for the PR, then they will not ever change it.
There's a follow-up question, because you were talking about the companies, but in general, how is your impact on society? Because the question is the role of NGOs only to educate and run small projects, or can you also mobilize the society? You said that you...
We actually mobilize the society because our NGO is called Upradzme Slovensko, basically Clean Up Slovakia. So we organize really national cleanups, and each year the numbers are growing. We started only in 2018 by joining World Cleanup Day, which was actually international day when almost entire Earth was picking up the litter on one day. And so we organized this national campaign each year. We organized it also this September. And yeah, so basically, so far since 2018, around 32,000 volunteers joined our campaigns, and yeah, each year it's growing. Also, COVID didn't help with all these outdoor group activities, but yeah, people are actually, they are asking whether we are organizing something. So it's not that we force them to join, but even the people ask us whether there will be something like this, and especially schools. Schools are really, really grateful for these events because they really want to engage the students to participate in activities like this, and they don't have the let's say the example from the state, or they really enjoy that we care about them, that we help them, that we give them the tools to organize the cleanups, and that we care that they actually do something for the kids, because probably they don't really have this feedback from the state or from the municipalities that actually they should be the example of the government and the municipalities for the schools, but it doesn't work like that, unfortunately.
I think the children, because there's a question here, it will take a massive wartime mobilization effort to effectively address the climate emergency. And this is a quote by Saul Griffiths, co-founder of Rewiring America. Totally right. I mean, the thing is, the kids are the only hope in hell we have, because frontier countries, emerging markets, the billion people without access to electricity, they experience climate change daily, because they get flooded, they get tsunamis, they get their land washed away, they don't have access to any clean water or anything. But people in America, an example is this gentleman who shall remain nameless, but wants to take his oil company off the stock market and take it private hands, because he thinks that climate change and ESG is just a load of rubbish, and he's fed up with being subjected to it. He wants to be allowed to control his company privately so he can do whatever he likes, because he thinks climate change is just propaganda. Yeah. So you have that. So the only hope we have is, instead of having the debate all the time, is through the children and the 7-year-olds who pick up the garbage and tell their parents, not to eat meat and not to smoke and all of that. You're looking at your watch. That
I have to. I'm sorry, I don't want to be rude. I'm sorry for
no
that.
No problem at all.
That's the only
but
source of the time.
Obvious, so it was like
Too obvious. Yeah, sorry for that. It would be worse if I would do so. You get nicer ones. Yeah. All right. And do you think that we are already there? Are we mobilized to do something about the climate change?
I'm hugely positive about this. I think that there's huge momentum. Of course we're going to make this happen. I mean, failure is not an option. Not at all. We're not going to lose this one. I mean, not on my watch and not on your watch, right? It's not going to happen. And I'm hugely positive about it. I think that we're at the right place at the right time. We're going to observe an amazing change in the world, It's like the early part of the 19th century when they first discovered oil. Remember that? They must have been elated, And now, here we are, a new world is going to begin. So I think it's all positive. I think we have a lot going on. And let's just join forces. Let's just make it happen, all of us. And thank you very much for hosting events like this and letting people like me just go on and on and on and on about things.
Oh, it's interesting talk. So that's what we like. And a brief look at my watch told me that we have to finish. But before we quit, I do what I did by the previous panel. I'm gonna give you time for closing arguments. If there's something that you didn't mention and you would like to mention it right now, you have the chance. And Mr. Kurila, we start with you, and we're gonna continue.
Yeah, I think many of the elements have been mentioned, but I would underscore once again the needs that we need to collaborate, get together, take it not as something that we need to bypass, but try to integrate sustainability principles, being mindful on education, awareness raising, talking also about the positives, not only the negatives, and simply get this transition rolling, because only the ones who will be part of that will actually survive.
Thank you very much. Veronika?
First of all, I would like to thank for organizing this conference. I think it's really great to see all of these opinions or points of view on the subject, and also I would again stress the necessity to cooperate among all of the aspects, among all of the people, groups, companies, NGOs, government. Because when they cooperate, then the effect is huge and visible. And last think I would also like to invite all of you to join Slovak World Cleanup Day. It will be in September. Companies also join the cleanups. They invite all their employees. So if you want more information, you can just contact me and I can give you more information regarding World Cleanup Day in Slovakia. Thank you.
Veronika, thank you. And finally, Mrs. Lindstedt.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity. I think you're an amazing moderator.
Oh, really? Thank you.
I enjoyed the session. Thank you for listening. If there's anything you want to ask me, please, I'm here for a few more minutes afterwards. I think this is an exciting time for all of us. You know, human beings thrive in adversity. Religion has proven that to us. You know, Israelites cross the sea and do all kinds of things. We do really well in adversity. So this is something that we have to treat like a religious quest, and all of us join forces and faiths and hands and actually win this together and make it happen for all of us. I think it's a good opportunity to make the world a better place for everybody.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your applause. You are very passionate about the topic, all three of you actually. So thank you once again, Mr. Kurila, Veronika Repiska as well, and Tara Lindstedt also. Thank you very much. Once more, a huge applause for this panel. It was pleasure to listen to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Veronika, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kurila. Thank you. Appreciate it as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have a lunch break. The lunch is gonna be served as well on the patio or on the terrace, and we're gonna continue in 15 minutes. We gave like 50 minutes, like 1 hour and 10 minutes. We're gonna continue, or at 1. We'll be focusing at 1, but I'm not naive. It might be a little bit later, but I say 1, okay? So we can start at least 1:10. Thank you for understanding, and bon appétit.
Neháč ho na zem. Filter obsahuje plasty a rozkladá sa až 15 rokov. Zahoď ho do koša a pomôž životnému prostrediu. Ohorok patrí do koša. Viac informácií na www.cigaretovník.sk.
Vraj všade dobre, doma najlepšie? Ja som radšej strávil noc v korunách stromov, objavil skalu ako z iného sveta a prešiel sa najdlhším kaňonom v Európe. Z Drive magazíne EU môžete aj vy premeniť inšpiráciu na zážitok. Spoznajte unikátne miesta, ktoré treba vidieť, inšpirujte sa príbehmi výnimočných ľudí alebo si doprajte gurmánske zážitky z celého sveta u seba doma. drivemagazine.eu. Denne nový obsah. V tlačenej verzii dostupný aj na čerpacích staniciach Slovnaft.
Z horku ti žiadny cigaretovník nevyrastie. Neháč ho na zem. Filter obsahuje plasty a rozkladá sa až 15 rokov. Zahoď ho do koša a pomôž životnému prostrediu. Ohorok patrí do koša. Viac informácií na www.cigaretovník.sk.
Vraj všade dobre, doma najlepšie? Ja som radšej strávil noc v korunách stromov, objavil skalu ako z iného sveta a prešiel sa najdlhším kaňonom v Európe. Z Drive magazíne EU môžete aj vy premeniť inšpiráciu na zážitok. Spoznajte unikátne miesta, ktoré treba vidieť, inšpirujte sa príbehmi výnimočných ľudí alebo si doprajte gurmánske zážitky z celého sveta u seba doma. drivemagazine.eu. Denne nový obsah. V tlačenej verzii dostupný aj na čerpacích staniciach Slovnaft.
Z horku ti žiadny cigaretovník nevyrastie. Neháč ho na zem. Filter obsahuje plasty a rozkladá sa až 15 rokov. Zahoď ho do koša a pomôž životnému prostrediu. Ohorok patrí do koša. Viac informácií na www.cigaretovník.sk.
Vraj všade dobre, doma najlepšie? Ja som radšej strávil noc v korunách stromov, objavil skalu ako z iného sveta a prešiel sa najdlhším kaňonom v Európe. Z Drive magazíne EU môžete aj vy premeniť inšpiráciu na zážitok. Spoznajte unikátne miesta, ktoré treba vidieť, inšpirujte sa príbehmi výnimočných ľudí alebo si doprajte gurmánske zážitky z celého sveta u seba doma. drivemagazine.eu. Denne nový obsah. V tlačenej verzii dostupný aj na čerpacích staniciach Slovnaft. Vraj všade dobre, doma najlepšie? Ja som radšej strávil noc v korunách stromov, objavil skalu ako z iného sveta a prešiel sa najdlhším kaňonom v Európe. Z Drive magazíne EU môžete aj vy premeniť inšpiráciu na zážitok. Spoznajte unikátne miesta, ktoré treba vidieť, inšpirujte sa príbehmi výnimočných ľudí alebo si doprajte gurmánske zážitky z celého sveta u seba doma. drivemagazine.eu – denne nový obsah. V tlačenej verzii dostupný aj na čerpacích staniciach Slovnaft.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna continue in our conference. We have two more panels, actually, one presentation and one panel ahead of us, and I'm so glad that we're gonna talk about investments, because the next topic is called Qualitative and Quantitative Indicators as a Decision-Making Tool for Company Investment. And I'm very pleased that I can introduce, not in person, but at least online, Mr. Reed Stedman, Managing Director and Global Head of ESG and Innovation, S&P Dow Jones Indices. And of course, just like before with Zara, in this case, Mr. Stedman's gonna start with his short speech, and then I'm gonna follow with the question. So, nice to see you, Mr. Stedman.
It's great to be with you.
Yeah, you can start. Thank you for that.
Yes. So it's wonderful to be with you today. I have many ties with Eastern Europe. My wife is Ukrainian. Family is in Ukraine. So I really enjoy being part of the Eastern European community. So great to be with you. So today I wanted to talk about just building trust in the international community. As I speak in different events, across the region, this is something that comes up quite a bit, and I think is a really important topic. And a key to building trust is putting out into the investment landscape information about companies that provides a high level of transparency. And there's different standards reporting standards that allow companies to do this. And so I wanted to talk about one that our company promotes that is actually one of the most rigorous standards. And in talking about this, I wanted to say that, it's not necessary that, say, companies come in and provide all the information that's requested in our assessment. But it is important, we think, that companies start on the journey of providing that greater transparency. So, just to speak a little bit about this, if we can go to the next slide. The S&P Global Corporate Sustainability Assessment that we offer is an annual assessment of sustainability performance, which results in an ESG score. And as I mentioned, this has become a benchmark for companies globally in terms of measuring sustainability performance. It stands alongside the Global Reporting Initiative, the GRI, and the TCFD, the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure. These are really pillars or standards for sustainability. The CSA has been around since 1999 and has really evolved to become something that a lot of companies around the world use. This assessment actually engages companies through 61 industry-specific questionnaires, and I'll speak a little bit as to why that industry specificity is so critical. And we have 11,000 companies that receive scores from our CSA. Some of those directly engage with us. A lot of those companies directly engage with us. Some of those, our own analysts actually go get information about those companies. I would say also that we're extending more into the private space. So more companies that are not public but private are engaging with us, wanting to use this as a benchmark for sustainability. Next slide. So to talk about the industry specific nature of this, not all issues matter to all industries in the same way. So, this is very, very critical. If you look at, say, a metals and mining company, there's a bit of an even distribution between E, S, and G in terms of the materiality of these issues. So, of course, with a mining and metals company, environmental issues are bigger. If you look at, say, something like restaurants, S and G are bigger than the E, the environmental element. And then if we look at, say, pharmaceuticals, you see that shift even more, where the environmental side is smaller, but the social issues, the governance issues actually are very critical in terms of determining the sustainability performance and the ESG score of these companies. And so how do we arrive at that? How do we determine what really matters for companies? If we go to the next slide. We have what's called a materiality matrix. And what we're looking at is issue by issue, how companies are doing across these various specific parts of their sustainability performance. And what we're looking for is issues that are have a high impact and that are likely to take place. So this shows the materiality matrix for a pharmaceutical company. And if you look at the far upper right-hand side, you can see that product safety is really big. So if you think about a pharmaceutical company, it's likely that they're going to have product safety issues. And if they do come up, they end up having a major impact on their business. And because of that, that is something that is very high in terms of the weighting for that company. If we can go to the next slide. So when we work with companies, we're going in depth in terms of building scorecards for them that they can then look issue by issue and to see what's really driving their sustainability performance. This is difficult to see, but the point being is that this does get very detailed. And investors sometimes want to go down into very specific issues. They just don't want that top level ESG score, but they want to go down into, say, how a company is doing on, say, their board structure, or something very specific about, whether they have issues when it comes to diversity. They want to go down into that fine detail. Next slide. So all this culminates in a multi-level ESG score. And again, at the top, you have that ESG score, but that's built on what we collect are typically around 1,000 data points per company. Those roll up into what we call question level scores. We're scoring those data points. Those roll up into what we call criteria scores, which you just saw on the last slide. And then the dimension scores, this is E, S, and G. And then finally that top level score. We find that this assessment is very powerful in drawing out new topics, and our direct engagement with companies allows us to really look at the details of how sustainability is evolving. So over the years, we've introduced new topics through the years that have really advanced advanced sustainability as an issue with companies. So we were the first to really get into the details, say, on human capital management. Also, say, tax transparency. When we first started collecting on tax transparency, a lot of companies were asking us, why were we asking that question? But then a few years after that, across Europe, there was a lot more focus on this as it became clear that a lot of companies were using tax havens. And this, in this day and age, more of our questions are focused on things like use of plastics and sustainable financing and living wage. So, these are things that are really evolving and investors are really keenly interested in because they do present a reputational risk if not managed well, but they also represent an opportunity if a company is distinguishing itself in these areas. And next slide. So, I really encourage the audience to really kind of search out more information on these things. Again, not with the goal necessarily to fill out a full sustainability assessment or to get even a top level score, but to begin that journey of understanding, what the international standards are and what the international community expects in terms of transparency of reporting. So, just a few searches that you can do. I thought that'd be easier than giving links. If you look for Sustainable One, that's our ESG scoring unit, or the S&P Global ESG score, you'll find a lot of information. Another really good help is we have a document called the CSA Companion. And this shows the core set of questions that all companies are asked and typically assessed on. And so this is, a really good guide, again, for a company if they're wanting to start to report more information. What are the core questions that they would start with? And then finally, getting a CSA assessment. Again, as I mentioned, it's possible for companies of all types to do this and benchmark themselves relative to their peers. And again, this is a great exercise, even if you haven't really, engaged in this type of reporting before, giving more transparency to the market. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you for that, and I would like to continue with some questions, and I will start with your start, because you mentioned you have a wife from Ukraine, and of course everybody sees what's happening in Ukraine, and that's the question: how have recent geopolitical events changed the companies, or how companies are viewed from a sustainability viewpoint or standpoint?
Yeah, it's been very interesting to watch. One typical exclusion that sustainable investors have typically made from their portfolios has been companies that are involved in producing weapons. Mm-hmm. But there's been a real review of that, and trying to understand maybe some more of the nuances of that. and a real discussion. Last week I was in London at the Responsible Investor Conference, and there was a really interesting session on this. Does it make sense in this day and age when weapons are used for defensive purposes? I would say the other big topic that's coming up is how are companies impacted from a controversies standpoint? Meaning, annually we produce an ESG score for companies, but we also monitor to what degree they're involved in controversies between that annual assessment. And if a company is, say, perceived to be going against sanctions, then they really risk having that have a negative impact on the ESG score. So there's no doubt that the war has had a major impact in terms of assessing what it means to be a sustainable company.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. And you mentioned it slightly, but I would like to give you a more opportunity to talk about small companies, because many small, especially small companies, are concerned. They don't want to disclose many information about their performance according sustainability, because they think that they will not be viewed favorably. So, what's your point of view on this topic?
Yeah, this is a topic that comes up a lot as we talk with companies. Is they're worried about giving too much transparency because they're worried they'll be viewed negatively. But we interact a lot with investors, and I can tell you that there are investors that are looking for companies that are just starting their ESG and sustainability journey. So one of the indicators that a lot of investors look for is improvement over time. And if you have a company that is at the top level in terms of their sustainability, sometimes there's not as much value to be created through sustainability because they've already reached that top level. But there are investors who are saying, okay, let me screen for and look for companies that are just starting and may have a lower performance, but they see an opportunity through their investment to create more value, to have the company grow in its sustainability credentials, and then the investor realizes more value as that company improves. So I remember one instance where we were talking with a tech company, and tech companies tend to be very kind of male dominated when it comes to diversity. And they were concerned about putting out any statistics about this. But, we assured them that is something that, again, the investment community wants to see, those positive changes, that more inclusion, and will reward that company as it becomes more and more sustainable in its performance.
Mm-hmm. We have a question from auditorium. It's according Russian companies, if I'm not mistaken, they are actually right now a little bit cut off our investors. But anyway, do they care actually about ESG, and how about China? Is it just the West invention, or also these other societies are working according to ESG?
Yeah, that's a great question. Our experience is that companies in emerging markets greatly care about portraying themselves externally in terms of their, showing their sustainability performance. Just to give, sometimes for companies being in a country that has a challenging reputation, they want to distinguish themselves and separate themselves a little bit from that general reputation that the country has. And so up to the war, we did see pretty high engagement with Russian companies wanting to put out their sustainability performance, particularly in Russia, where a lot of the big companies were focused on energy production. And that's a huge interest to sustainability investors, seeing how companies do. Another country that I'd say is maybe a little bit more of a positive story we have huge interest and participation in Mexico. And again, Mexico is a country where overall, it's viewed in a very challenging way from investors as a place where it's very difficult, to operate in a sustainable way for a host of reasons. But we see companies wanting to engage with us show an even higher level of transparency than you'd see in some markets because they want to be viewed as credible and worthy of international investment.
Thank you for this answer. This was all the time. And thank you for all information that we got from you, Mr. Reed Stedman. Once again, huge applause for Mr. Stedman, Managing Director and Global Head of ESG and Innovation S&P Dow Jones Indices. Thank you once again for your time. Have a nice day.
A pleasure. Take care.
Thank you, appreciate it. A samozrejme ďakujem zároveň aj všetkým, ktorí sa zapojili aj touto formou do tejto diskusie. Ako vidíte, my opäť pristupujeme k zmene setupu, pretože, a zmenu som už aj trošku jazyk, pretože ten ďalší vstup sa bude týkať práve toho, čo už sme aj trošku naznačili otázkou, ktorá bola smerovaná na aktuálne geopolitické dianie, prirodzene vojna na Ukrajine a jej dopad práve aj na to, akým spôsobom sa ako spoločnosť, keď už odhliadneme od jednotlivých súkromných spoločností, ale ako spoločnosť sa blížime, neblížime, je to komplikácia alebo naopak v rámci ESG nahliadania. Takže o tom sa budeme rozprávať už o malú sekundu, keď nám dáte zase jednu maličkú minútku, tak sa do toho pustíme. Máme tu hneď 4 panelistov. Konkrétne všetci 4 sú prítomní, čiže ešte raz vám len pripomínam, ak budete mať záujem, nech sa páči, môžete klásť otázky prostredníctvom slajdu. Opäť to len pripomeniem, že ak tak ste náhodou ešte neurobili, tak hashtag MCHEM, ESG alebo ESG, to je miestnosť, do ktorej sa môžete prihlásiť, je otvorená, môžete tam klásť otázky bez akýchkoľvek strachov a my budeme veľmi radi, keď ich aj zodpovieme. Pozerám, že máme všetky poháre, už sa naplní len jeden a ja budem môcť privítať všetkých 4 panelistov, zároveň posledný panel nášho dnešného dňa. Takže naozaj posledná 50 plus minus minútovka a pustíme sa do toho. Takže začnem hneď pánom, ktorý je tamto na fotke na kraji, je to pán Andrej Juris, predseda Úradu pre reguláciu sieťových odvetví. Prichádza práve teraz, nech sa páči. Sadkajte si. Vedľa neho si sadne pán Jakub Hrbáň, spoluzakladateľ iniciatívy Klíma ťa potrebuje. Jakub, vitaj, nech sa ti páči. Je tu aj pán Kristián Takáč, konzultant v Energy a IT. Dobrý deň, nech sa páči, pridajte sa. A napokon Michal Chudý, spoluzakladateľ a obchodný riaditeľ PowerX. Vitaj, nech sa páči. No dobre, tak už sme o tom počuli, samozrejme, vojna na Ukrajine je to niečo, čo nás ovplyvňuje nielen preto, lebo že nám Ukrajina je kultúrne, mentálne veľmi blízka, samozrejme je to susediaca krajina a chvála Pánu Bohu, Slováci ukázali, že vedia absolútne pomáhať. Ale ako je to z toho uhla pohľadu, keď z nazerania na ESG, má to dopad a aký táto kríza práve v rámci slovenskej spoločnosti? Môžeme začať, pán Juri, s vami.
Dobrý deň prajem všetkým, ďakujem za pozvanie. Áno, je to veľmi veľká téma a prirodzene celý ten konflikt a vojenská agresia Ruskej federácie na Ukrajine zásadne pomenila tú dynamiku a spôsob aj nazerania na trh s energiami. Nielen teda na Slovensku, ale aj v celej Európskej únie. A prirodzene je tam kopec otáznikov o tom, že tie veci, ktoré presadzovala Európska komisia práve v oblasti ESG, či je to stále relevantné, nie je to relevantné a tak ďalej, že o tom sa dá pomerne veľa debatovať, alebo taký jednoduchý a stručný pohľad, ktorý teda my máme z pohľadu URSA, a teda ja to vnímam tiež ako osobne, že podľa mňa, že nie. Nezmenilo sa nič takto zásadného z toho, že by sme mali nejako prehodnocovať ten celkový drive smerom na podporu a rozvoj obnoviteľných zdrojov a ochranu klímy. Skôr naopak si myslím, že práve téma ochrana životného prostredia sa prepája spolu s témou bezpečnosti dodávok energií. To, čo je však kľúčové, je nejaké to načasovanie, pretože v tom krátkodobom horizonte čelíme tomu, čo čelíme, v podstate ohrozeniu dodávok plynu z Ruskej federácie do Európy. a teda možnosť, a určite limitovaná možnosť, či už nášho priemyslu alebo celkovej ekonomiky urobiť nejakú pomerne rýchlu transformáciu, odpútanie sa od tohto plynu a teda zaistenie jednak alternatívnych dodávok plynu a ideálne teda nejaké iné typy energií na obnoviteľných základoch. A toto je niečo, čo v tom krátkodobom horizonte vnímame akože veľmi ťažké, veľmi problematické a ja o to dôležitejšie a práve tá kríza alebo ten vojenský konflikt zvýraznil tú mieru urgentnosti, že toto ako štát, aby sme začali riešiť.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Samozrejme, že tú tému viacej potom rozvinieme. Toto je len taký vstupný názor. Jakub, nech sa ti páči tvoj.
Uhol pohľadu, hej. Asi sa pridám k tomu, že ja tu teda zastupujem, dajme tomu tú občiansku verejnosť, možno skôr tú aktivistickejšiu, nie tú odbornú, ale my ako iniciatíva teda spolupracujeme s množstvom odborných neziskových organizácií, či už v sektore environmentalistiky alebo teda energetiky. A áno, určite vidíme to aj teda zo strany odpovede Európskej komisie. Ten konflikt na Ukrajine poukázal na to, že ten súčasný model toho, akým spôsobom vlastne sme sa doteraz na Rusko spoliehali, hlavne v dodávkach teda plynu a ropy, je neudržateľný a že chvála Bohu Európska komisia dokázala, alebo teda snaží sa, môžeme polemizovať o tom, že ako dobre, ako zle, udržať ten jasný ťah na ten cieľ transformácie Európskej únie a vytvorenia teda prvého uhlíkovo-neutrálneho kontinentu do 2050, svedčí o tom aj program Repower EU. A niečo, na čo sa my snažíme vlastne v rámci iniciatívy Klimate potrebuje poukazovať je, že my nechceme byť tými klasickými kričiacimi aktivistami, ktorí teda len pomenúvajú, čo je zlé a že veci by sa mali diať rýchle. Samozrejme je tu nejaká urgencia toho, čo nám hovoria vedci a s každou ďalšou správou, ktorú publikuje panel IPCC, tie varovania sú vážnejšie, ale my sa snažíme skôr naozaj v rámci iniciatívy hľadať formáty a spôsoby, ako s verejnosťou pracovať. Hej? Ako naozaj ju dostatočne informovať a ako ju angažovať do tých riešení. To je niečo, čo už bolo vlastne spomenuté, že v tom krátkodobom ako keby časovom horizonte pri tej energetickej transformácii sa naozaj nachádzame v nejakej situácii, pretože my upozorňujeme na to, že na to, aby teda nielen energetická, ale celá tá zelená transformácia, ktorá tú spoločnosť najbližších 30 rokov čaká, bola naozaj efektívna, musí byť v prvom rade sociálne spravodlivá, citlivá. A teda musíme zvažovať nielen to, aké dopady budú mať na spoločnosť klimatické zmeny, ale aj ich riešenia, či už dobré alebo zlé. Čiže viesť tú diskusiu aj v tom súčasnom geopolitickom kontexte je potrebné veľmi citlivo vnímať ako keby tie obavy tej verejnosti, ktoré naozaj sú dnes spôsobené z rapidne rastúcich cien energií a vyvarovať sa súčasne tomu, aby nejakým spôsobom to vrhalo neblahé svetlo na tie alternatívne zdroje, na ktoré myslím, že všetci, ak tu budeme diskusovať, sa zhodneme, že je ich potrebné, je ich naozaj intenzívnejšie zapájať a viac podporovať, lebo v konečnom dôsledku áno, sú to tie alternatívne zdroje, ktoré môžu pomôcť tým bežným občanom, bežným domáciam znížiť tie účty za energie a elektrinu. Čiže myslím si, že toto je ako keby nejaký náš pohľad, že naozaj snažíme sa pozerať na to, aby sme nezišli z tej cesty, ktorú, ako som povedal, Európska únia si pred 3-5 rokmi veľmi jasne určila, ale súčasne, aby sme vnímali to, aké sú tie nálady v tej spoločnosti a pokúsili sa veľmi efektívne vyvracať tie obavy.
Pán Takáč.
Ja nadviažem na Andreja, ale aj na toho pána, čo tu bol zo Swiss Re, čo tu rozprával sám a hlavne tú poslednú otázku od vás, keď ste sa ho pýtali, dobre, ako to je s firmami, ktoré vojenské firmy, hej, alebo vojenný priemysel, či to je súčasť CSA, teda je to súčasť ESG
a tak ďalej.
Nebola tam úplne jednoznačná odpoveď a ja si myslím, že ani táto odpoveď moja nie je úplne taká jednoznačná. Áno, vo veľa veciach ako keby súhlasím s Andrejom, že je tam kompatibilita medzi bezpečnosťou, energetickou bezpečnosťou a tým zelenými zdrojmi a tak ďalej, ale zároveň si myslím, že tou vojnou skôr došlo k takému zreálneniu možno toho, čo sa dá dosiahnuť, v akom tempe, takže ja by som povedal, že ja si myslím, že došlo a bude dochádzať také kontinuálnej úprave tých cieľov, čo je možné, ako keby takému zreálneniu toho, čo je možné. Obávam sa, že trošku sme žili v takej rozprávke v tom zmysle, že to bolo vidieť presne na investoroch, že investovali iba do zelených zdrojov, neinvestovalo sa do konvenčných zdrojov a vlastne práve to má vplyv na to, kde dneska sme. Nie je to tak úplne iba vina vojny, a je to hlavne vina ako keby tých neúplne optimálnych investičných rozhodnutí, ktoré boli spravené povedzme rokoch 2015 a 2020 a potom vlastne aj tým ešte oživením po covide došlo ako keby k oživeniu ekonomiky a vlastne sa prišlo na to, že my tu nemáme dosť zdrojov a zápasíme tu s vysokými cenami práve preto, že nemá kto vyrábať tú elektrínu, nie je kde ju vyrábať. No a samozrejme, že to k tomu ešte potom aj prispelo to škrtenie dodávok zo strany Ruska a tak ďalej. Takže myslím, že dojde nejaké takej revízii, by som povedal, ale v dobrom zmysle slova.
Ďakujem. Michal.
Ja by som sa vrátil a chcel sa poďakovať aj organizátorom, v prvom rade za pozvanie a potom, že tak citlivo narábajú aj s tou krízou na Ukrajine, že to nenazvali vojna, pretože v tomto konflikte samozrejme je Rusko agresorom a nemôžeme zazlievať Ukrajine, že sa bráni. A tá vojna, alebo tá ruská agresia samozrejme spôsobila to, že tie ceny energií stúpli na zatiaľ najvyššiu úroveň, akú si pamätáme. No a tomto extrémnom zvýšení cien energií potom my ako firma, ktorá sa zaoberá v podstate virtuálnymi elektrárnami a takými, by som povedal, smart riešeniami v energetike, ktoré majú znížiť carbon alebo uhlíkovú stopu, tak pre nás tieto ceny svojím spôsobom sú výhodné, lebo zrazu vidíme obrovský boom o fotovoltiku, vidíme obrovský boom o batériové riešenia, ktoré prichádzajú s tou fotovoltikou. Takže na jednej strane nám to aj vyhovuje, že takéto ceny nastali. Samozrejme si uvedomuje pre trh a celkovo je to negatívna vec a ten výstup cien bol až extrémny. No a čo sa týka ESG, tak je tu nejaké riziko, že áno, teraz sa zaujímajú firmy o fotovoltiku, že fotovoltika, čo málo kto vie, že jednoducho fotovoltika ide spolu s plynom. Aby ste vedeli nainštalovať dosť veľa fotovoltiky alebo vetra, potrebujete to nejakým spôsobom v sieti balancovať, čo sa hlavne robí plynom. Naša firma sa to snaží robiť batériovými alebo inými riešeniami, ale my sme v podstate malá firma, je nás málo, aby sme dokázali dopyt pokryť všetkým, čo teraz majú záujem. No a je tu isté nebezpečenstvo, a počuli sme aj minulý týždeň na Československom energetickom fóre, že už sa uvažuje, že keď nebude dosť energie, tak sa znova spustia uholné elektrárne a jednoducho už títo uhliári bijú na poplach, že treba začať myslieť, že keď nebude dosť energie, tak sa spustí uhlie. Takže na jednej strane sa rozvíjajú obnoviteľné zdroje, ale toto je reálne nebezpečenstvo a môže sa to stať v veľmi blízkej budúcnosti, že tie uholné elektrárne naozaj sa spustia.
Áno, tak zase nie je náhoda, že mnohé spoločnosti, ktoré sa venujú ťažbe fosílnych palív, práve podporujú zelené technológie, presne aj kvôli tej kooperácii medzi uhlovodíkmi a zelenými technológiami, ktoré sa navzájom musia doplňať, aby nedošlo ku krachu elektrickej siete. Ale dobre, poďme to nejakým spôsobom rozmeniť teda na drobné, lebo keď sa pozrieme teda na krízu na Ukrajine, inak samozrejme všetci veľmi dobre vieme, že išlo bezprecedentné znásilnenie jednej krajiny druhou veľkou krajinou, takže je to neospravedlniteľný agresívny akt zo strany Ruska a nikto racionálne o tom nepochybuje. Ale predsa len zmenilo to priority aj v rámci Európy. Keď sa pozrieme len čisto vyslovene na financie. Doteraz napríklad málo ktorá krajina myslela na vlastný obranný priemysel, teraz zrazu Nemecko sa zaviazalo minúť 100 miliárd eur v relatívne krátkom čase len na modernizáciu svojej armády a tak ďalej. Mohli by sme pokračovať. Viacerí chcú navýšiť svoj rozpočet na tie spomínané 2%, ktoré sa zaviazali v rámci zmluvy o NATO. Čiže ako tento shift v rámci priorit bude mať dopad práve na zmenu v oblasti ESG? Začneme opäť vami. Áno, pán Juris.
Poviem to z pohľadu úradu. My pracujeme teda s firmami v energetike, regulujeme ceny a mnohé iné aspekty. A presne, že ten zásadný shift, ktorý tam vnímame, je taká zmena tej rovnováhy nazerania na tie rizika. A keď to dám na také pomyselné dve vážky tej váhy, že environmentálne riziko a teda, že riziko bezpečnosti dodávok. Že čistá energia versus vôbec nejaká energia. A aspoň teraz v tom krátkodobom horizonte, čo teda je otázka, neviem ako dlho, ale minimálne, že rok, dva, možno trošku dlhšie, je teda, že vôbec, aby sme mali energiu, aby bola zabezpečená bezpečnosť dodávok, či už pre priemysel, či už pre obyvateľstvo, aby sme teda mali čím, jak sa hovorí, že kúriť a svietiť. A to vnímam, že takéto rozhodovanie robia mnohé krajiny práve v rámci EÚ a tam vnímam aj tá debata o tom, že teda na to, aby sme vôbec mali energiu, aby sme mali elektrínu, tak teda niektoré krajiny prichádzajú s tým, že znovu zapájajú uholné zdroje. Aj keď teda ten environmentálny dopad je tam negatívny, ale teda to je o tom teda váhovaní. No a teda z pohľadu úradu teda veci, ktoré teda nejako že máme v ruke, keď to tak môžem povedať, že my sme zásadne, keď sme sa na to pozerali, že kde vieme my v rámci našich kompetencií niečo urobiť a prispieť. Nie sme ten úrad, ktorý má nejaké že eurofondy, ktoré môže rozdávať a teda nech sa páči, tu máte peniaze na investície. Ale cez regulačný rámec my vieme nejako nastaviť jednak pravidlá určité a teda nejako motivovať. Čiže v súčasnosti veľmi intenzívne pracujeme s regulovanými subjektami na zrýchlenie a zjednodušenie pripájania nových zdrojov, hlavne obnoviteľných. Presne tie fotovoltaiky, tie batérky, ktoré teda či už individuálna domácnosť alebo firmy si môžu pripojiť, tým pádom jednak sú viacej sebestačné, že si vyrobia tú elektrínu sami, dokonca ideálne z obnoviteľných zdrojov a zároveň majú tú baterku, aby mohli v podstate manažovať tie svoje výkyvy, spotreby a výroby a tak ďalej. To je taká jedna oblasť. A teda druhá oblasť tiež v rámci nastavenia regulačného rámca, tak radi by sme podporili investície na strane teda sústav na pripájanie tiež zelených zdrojov, čiže v podstate aby aj samotné distribučné spoločnosti boli motivované pripájať a zrýchliť to pripájanie teda OZE, či obnoviteľných zdrojov, takisto nejaké konverziu, dáme tomu plynárenských sústav na vodík alebo bioplyn, a teda znížiť tú závislosť na dovoze plynu a zvýšiť teda tú mieru zelených plynov teda v našej infraštruktúre.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Takto, myslím...
Cítiš, že je aj z tvojho uhla pohľadu samozrejme v rámci iniciatívy, že či proste je nejaký odliv financií do iných oblastí a jednoducho chýbajú tam, kde by mali byť podľa tvojho názoru?
Tak akože myslím si, že nemusíme tu diskutovať o tom, že vo všeobecnosti oblasť zelených riešení je výrazne podfinancovaná. Podľa mňa, čo je dôležité, a myslím si, že to vníma veľké množstvo nielen verejnosti, ale áno aj politických predstaviteľov, je to, že ako keby ten koncept bezpečnosti sa dnes naozaj trošku ako keby rozšíril z toho klasického, na to, aby sme sa vedeli ochrániť, potrebujeme silnú armádu. Hej. Aj tie klasické porovnávačky počas toho, ako ten konflikt bol naozaj vrcholil a všetci sme tie správy sledovali 24/7, tak ako keby dnes si myslím, že najefektívnejší spôsob, ako zabezpečiť nejakú tú praktickú obranu, je naozaj efektívna spolupráca a komunikácia v rámci NATO, kde tá spoločná armáda je naozaj nepomerne väčšia oproti tej napríklad ruskej. Tá bezpečnosť alebo to ohrozenie sa dnes prejavuje práve tými, nazvime to, nepriamejšími dôsledkami, či už je to energetická bezpečnosť alebo potravinová bezpečnosť. Hej, to je ďalšia oblasť, ktorej sa postupne verejnosť začína dozvedať to, akým spôsobom konflikt na Ukrajine bude mať dopad na potravinovú krízu. Čiže myslím si, že je strašne dôležité, aby sme si uvedomili toto, že to, akým spôsobom sme vlastne sme efektívne schopní chrániť sa voči akejkoľvek forme agresie, je to aj do akej miery sme ako keby samostační potravinársky, energeticky, v rôznych iných oblastiach. Čiže tuto áno, absolútne súhlasím, že mali by sa hľadať spôsoby, či už finančné, dotačné alebo akékoľvek iné prestavenia toho systému, ktoré umožňujú tým ľuďom, ktorí chcú a možno majú na to prostriedky, aktívnejšie sa zapojiť do toho, akým spôsobom dnes vyrábame elektrinu. Ono to, že dnes hľadáme spôsoby, odkiaľ zoberieme v zásade náhradu toho plynu, ktorý dnes dovážame z Ruska. Samozrejme, nie sme jediní, kto to má problém. Nemecko je napríklad od toho ruského plynu veľmi závislé, hlavne čo sa v kontexte priemyslu týka. A jednoducho musíme sa na to pozerať aj v kontexte práve toho environmentálneho aspektu. Lebo ten environmentálny aspekt je niečo, čo pokiaľ na to zase nebudeme myslieť, a to je niečo, čo vnímam z pohľadu tej aktívnej verejnosti, že posledných 10 rokov sa začalo ako keby meniť, hej, že to, akým spôsobom berieme ohľad na stav našej planéty a stav klimatickej krízy, do určitej miery berieme ako ohrozenie nášho fungovania, našej spoločnosti. Pokiaľ dnes tie riešenia pôjdu zase len na úkor toho ekologického aspektu fungovania spoločnosti, tak to zase do veľkej miery predstavuje nejaké naše ohrozenie budúcnosti. Nejakú našu menšiu samostatnosť, menšiu stabilitu. A áno, samozrejme, povedzme si úprimne, podtrhuje to našu zraniteľnosť. A veľké množstvo tých konfliktov, ktoré v budúcnosti budú vyvolané, budú spôsobené klimatickou krízou veľmi, veľmi priamo. A to, čo my dnes musíme ako keby robiť, je snažiť sa pozerať trošku za roh a myslieť alebo rozmýšľať nad tým konceptom bezpečnosti trošku komplexnejšie, ako len tým, že OK, tak na to by sme sa ubránili, potrebujeme začať masívne zbrojiť.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Pán Takáč, otázka priorít.
Neviem ani, kde mám začať teraz po tomto lavíne všetkého.
Taký váš pocit, že či naozaj je to cítiť? Proste,
je to cítiť v tom. Ja keď som rozmýšľam, ako to uchopiť, ja keď som pred minulej dekáde ešte pracoval pre Európsku komisiu, práve na neviem, jak sa povie, riaditeľstve pre energetiku, tak vlastne vtedy bola mantra trh. Vtedy bol ako keby trh absolútna priorita, išlo o budovanie jednotného trhu, trhové mechanizmy, liberalizácia trhu, vlastne skrátka prístup z toho komerčného hľadiska, aby sa celkovo výroba elektriny, prenos elektriny, aby sa všetko skomercializovalo, aby to bolo podporené nejakými trhovými mechanizmy. Potom prišla ďalšia dekáda, Kyoto a tak ďalej, začalo sa ako keby dávať viac a viac akcent na práve environmentálne aspekty energetiky, Green Deal a všetky tieto veľké iniciatívy. No a ja si myslím, že touto vojnou samozrejme je to prirodzené, že viac sa akcentuje na bezpečnosť. Ako som hovoril, áno, je tam určitá komplementarita medzi bezpečnosťou a tým environmentálnym aspektom, ale ak sa máme rozhodovať medzi tým, či je nejaká elektrina alebo nejaká energia, ktorá vôbec, alebo zelená teda, a nejakou energiou, ktorá vôbec je, tak jednoducho musíme brať to, čo je. A to je vidieť proste aj v pozícii teraz napríklad ako najnovšej Európskej komisii práve v Repowere, kde sa proste jednoducho muselo povedať, nazvať veci vecami, že jadro tu má určite nejaké miesto v tom energetickom mixe a dokonca bohužiaľ aj uhlie. Môže sa to niekomu páčiť, nepáčiť, ale je to tak, proste my tú energiu od niekiaľ brať musíme. Samozrejme tá ambícia by nemala nejakým spôsobom byť zablokovaná, malo by sa pokračovať v rozvíjaní zelených zdrojov, ale tiež sa obávam, že ten konflikt bude mať vplyv na to, do akej miery budú ďalej presadzované vlastne tie trhové princípy, ktoré boli v tej predminulej dekáde ako keby presadzované, že ja sa trošku obávam, že aj ten samotný trh sa môže naštrbiť práve tými defaultmi všetkých tých energetických firiem, práve tými meniacimi, Nemecku teraz nejaký nový zákon o tom, že vlastne dodávateľ má právo meniť energiu zo dňa na deň v podstate, ako môže ekonomika fungovať tak, ja sa neviem proste predikovať moje náklady na mesiac, ako zelené je fajn, ale ja si myslím, že je to aj riziko toho, že vlastne ohrozí sa ako keby princíp fungovania trhu, tak ako sme ho poznali. Je to ako citeľné, mám pocit.
Michal?
Ja, keďže som posledný, tak môžem reagovať na všetkých kolegov. Tak najprv som začal s Andrejom, že spomenul tieto riešenia fotovoltiky a batérií, že zo strany URSA je tam podpora, ktorú naozaj cítime, že jednoducho sa to hýbe správnym smerom, ak takéto inovatívne riešenia by boli čím ďalej častejšie. Na Jakuba som reagoval, že hovorí, že v tých dotácií v OZE, teda obnoviteľných zdrojov, že vieme, že je málo. Ja si možno nemyslím, že je úplne málo a aktuálne si myslím, že dokonca fotovoltika má takú cenu a takú návratnosť, že investorom sa oplatí do toho ísť viac ako do nejakej inej elektrárne, lebo sa im to vráti za 3 až 5 rokov, čo akože tam podpora už vyslovene není treba, možno. Teda aktuálnymi cenami určite nie, ale kde chýba podpora mne sú batérie napríklad, alebo nejaké uskladňovanie energie, ktoré zatiaľ majú tú ekonomiku takú, my to nevieme niekedy nájsť, niekedy nie. A jednoducho tie batérie sú schované vzadu niekde v tom energetickom sektore, ktoré nevidia tí zákazníci alebo tí, čo si postavia tú elektráreň, ale vidí to Transmission System Operator, teda u nás SEPS, a vidia to distribučky, ktoré majú robotu s tým, že tá fotovoltika produkuje nejak raz veľa elektriny, potom príde oblak, žiadnu, a oni s tým majú náklad. A táto batéria to dokáže nejakým spôsobom ukočírovať, ale tie batérie zatiaľ nejaký ten business model dobre definovaný nemajú, tak tam si myslím, že je tá medzera, a to cítime vlastne aj my v Pavrexe, že tie baterky by mohli mať nejakú priamejšiu podporu. A keď sa zamyslím nad tým prioritami, čo tuto Kristián povedal, že teraz keď pôjdeme aj proti sebe, že my samozrejme pracujeme hlavne s obnoviteľnými zdrojmi, s nízkouhlíkovými zdrojmi, ale to jadro netreba nejako zahadzovať a už aj Európska komisia ho nejako zaradila dočasne medzi zelené zdroje. A si myslím, že teraz sú vo výskume modulárne reaktory 50 MW. Bill Gates o tom písal, aj keď on je považovaný nejako za evil person, ale jednoducho...
Na hlavných správach, áno.
Áno. Presne, ale jednoducho je projekt modulárneho reaktoru 50 MW jadrového úplne bezpečného, ktorý by sa dal položiť na zelenú lúku v princípe. Takže aj tam by som možno videl budúcnosť v takýchto malých jadrových reaktoroch, akože jadro určite budúcnosť má v tom mixe. A možno aj to uhlie inak tam, ale uhlie, málo kto vie o tom, že existuje koncept carbon capture, teda že uskladňovanie uhlíka, a jednoducho vedia byť uholné elektrárne celkom čisté, pokiaľ by sa tento koncept uskladňovania uhlíka a zachytávania naozaj uplatnil. A to nie je až také nereálne. Existujú piloty, existuje elektrárna v Kanade, ktorá to bežne robí, takže možno, že aj týmto smerom, že znova spalovať to uhlie, ale vybudovať, aby ten uhlík sme vedeli uskladňovať. Treba tam nejaký výskum, ale nemusíme to uhlie zahodiť do koša, pokiaľ túto technológiu aplikujeme. Takže bez toho by som to samozrejme neaplikoval, ale s týmto...
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Tak pán Juris, dve otázky na vás. Jedna, ktorá bude nadväzovať na Michala. Prečo? Prečo teda nie sú tie spomínané batérie, ktoré by mali kompenzovať výpadky, alebo teda niekedy svieti, niekedy nesvieti, niekedy fúka, nefúka, a treba naozaj udržiavať nejaký nivo stábl. Tak prečo nie sú prioritizované nejakým väčším spôsobom?
Chcete takú jednoduchú odpoveď, alebo ako takú úradnícku odpoveď?
Takú od srdca, ale takú, čo nás uspokojí, aspoň čiastočne.
Preto sme sem prišli, aby sme si na rovinu povedali, aspoň tak to vnímam. Tých dôvodov je veľa, ale asi ten základný, že v podstate v súčasnej legislatíve niečo ako baterka neexistuje. Akože trhový hráč, prevádzkovateľ zariadenia na uskladňovanie energie, ako je to teda už novele zákona o energetike definované, tak doteraz to nebolo. A tým pádom aj neboli nejaké jasné pravidlá o tom, že ako vôbec uchopiť takúto baterku, aké má mať práva, povinnosti, ako prípadne nastaviť aj teda nejaké pravidlá trhu, cenovú reguláciu, blablabla. Hej, môžem o tomto pokračovať. Čiže ja to vnímam, že nie sme jediní teda v rámci EÚ, ktorí to nemali. Možno to, čo oproti iným krajinám, opäť takým možno inovatívnejším, čo nám chýbalo, možno nejaká väčšia odvaha niečo skúšať, niečo pilotovať, hej, a čest teda tým entitám, že teda sa na to vrhli v posledných pár rokoch. Ale ten zákon je v parlamente v súčasnosti, čo skoro by mal byť prijatý. My už píšeme aj nové pravidlá trhu, ktoré už zahŕňajú baterky, takže ja verím, že skôr či neskôr to vybehne von.
Super, berieme to ako verejný prísľub. Ďakujeme veľmi pekne.
To som sa bál.
A predsa len tá ďalšia otázka, nie som si celkom istý, že či budete vedieť úplne presne odpovedať, ale predsa len, keďže ste kapitola spadajúca pod ministerstvo hospodárstva, ak sa nemýlim, a to, čo sa chcem spýtať, spadá do agendy ministra hospodárstva, tak všimli sme si, samozrejme ide o zásobu, už sme tu spomínali zemný plyn, jednoducho, či sa nám to páči alebo nie. Sme ešte stále primárne odkázaní aj na zdroj z Ruskej federácie, ale vidíme, akým spôsobom Rusko ho používa ako zbraň. Videli sme to tento posledný týždeň. Jednoducho stiahli koutiky. Slovensko síce má naplnené zásobníky povedzme na 30%, je to myslím druhá najzásobenejšia krajina, ale predsa len sme schopní, alebo existuje nejaký plán v prípade, že naozaj sa rozhodnú vypnúť definitívne a už nebudú hľadať ani nejaké výhovorky v podobe opravy nejakých turbín a tak ďalej. A to nejakým spôsobom kompenzovať v dohľadnej dobe?
Ak dovolíte, že najprv poopravím, že nie sme kapitola ministerstva hospodárstva, sme samostatný nezávislý regulačný úrad. Hej.
Okay.
To je jedna v pohode, však to len aby sme všetci vedeli, na čom sme. To je jedna vec. A druhá vec, že my ako inštitúcia neriešime otázky zabezpečovania plynu, hej, alebo teda bezpečnosť dodávok plynu. Z tých informácií a debat, ktoré máme, myslím, že či už kolegovia na MH, na ministerstve hospodárstva, ale aj konkrétne SPP veľmi intenzívne práve pracujú na tých alternatívnych dodávkach alebo alternatívnych zdrojoch plynu. Myslím, aj nedávne boli zverejnené informácie, že už viac ako 50% dodávok zemného plynu na Slovensko prúdi zo zdrojov mimo Ruskej federácie. Takže si myslím, že v takomto veľmi krátkom čase, čo v podstate sú to 3-4 mesiace od začiatku tej vojenskej agresie, tak je to, že podľa mňa, že skvelý výsledok a viem, že sa na tom veľmi, veľmi intenzívne pracuje.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Dobre, tak teda rozviniem tú tému iným smerom. My sme tu aj rozprávali o tom, že naozaj musíme byť, alebo musíme sa vyrovnať so skutočnosťou, že či sa nám to páči alebo nie, vzhľadom na aktuálne situácie musíme prihliadať aj na, povedzme, že uhlie a tak ďalej. Povedzme, je to nejaká ad hoc situácia, ktorá bola akcelerovaná práve tým konfliktom. Ako dlho bude trvať toto obdobie? Čo myslíte? Kedy by sme sa mohli vrátiť k tým predstavám, ktoré sme mali pred inváziou Ruska do Ukrajiny? Kto chce začať, môže samozrejme v tomto prípade. Dobre, pán Takáč, najsilnejšie sa smejete, takže začnem s vami. Nejaká predikcia, pocit, ja neviem. Dá sa to vôbec predvídať?
Myslím, že sa nedá predvídať. Ja verím tomu, že v podstate k normálu sa môžeme vrátiť iba v prípade, že Rusko naozaj bude porazené vojensky a čo potom bude v Rusku a asi tým, že tak do konca roka, keď to skončí, tak bude fajn a potom návrat k normálu bude tak ďalšie 2-3 roky, asi by som povedal. Minimálne, ak sa bavíme o cenách a o tej volatilite, ktorá tu je. Taký typ. Skromný.
Ostatní? Máte nejaké tipy?
Ja keď sa môžem vyjadriť, tak áno, minimálne rok ja tipujem, že to ešte bude takéto volatilné. Ale tak ja by som bol celkovo nerád, keby sme sa vrátili do tých cien, čo sme mali v roku 2020, kde cena elektriny bola nejakých 40 eur za megawatt hodinu, čo nikto to nebral ako nejakú zaujímavú komoditu a jednoducho teraz, keď sa tie ceny hýbu aj okolo 400, tak už akože to je už veľa, ale si myslím, že sa na tých 40 bol strašne málo, takže...
Dobre, ale nevytvára to priestor pre špekulatívne investície v tomto prípade?
Aktuálne? No, určite áno. Áno, ale keďže je to také volatilné, tak myslím, že človek musí mať veľa odvahy, aby začal špekulovať teraz na tomto trhu, takže... Až tak neviem, možno Andrej môže myslieť niečo iné na regulačnom úrade, ale...
Tak môžem teda, že z pohľadu cien samozrejme a Duplom ako regulátor, že čím nižšie ceny, tým lepšie, lebo to je niečo, čo sa potom aj nám ľahšie komunikuje odberateľom. Ale teda keď sa nad tým tiež tak voľne zamyslím, že nemyslím si, že je vôbec reálne sa vrátiť k tým či už úrovňam cien, ale aj tej dynamike toho trhu spred vojenskej agresie, pretože sme úplne že v inom svete, keď tak môžem povedať. Jednak, že presne, že tá volatilita je úplne že neskutočná. Veríme, že nebude akože dlhodobý fenomén, pretože to je veľmi zlé pre vôbec nejaké predikcie, pre manažovanie, plánovanie. Mnohí ste z firiem, teda zostaviť finančný plán v súčasnosti podľa mňa je že nightmare, hej, pre akéhokoľvek finančného šéfa alebo šéfku. Takže to ja verím, že nejaká miera stabilizácie bude. Očakáva sa na nejaké vyššie hladiny, cenových hladinách, ako boli hlavne počas prvého roku covidu, kde boli teda, že rekordne nízke ceny. Takže to je dlhodobo neudržateľné. Takže verím, že práve celá táto turbulencia, keď môžem tak povedať, že nás naučila a naučí to, že sa hovorí, že využí každú krízu na niečo dobré, tak v podstate, aby sme riešili naozaj tie otázky bezpečnosti dodávok, aspoň teda z pohľadu energií a nejaké že dlhodobé udržateľné riešenia. Hej.
Môžem ešte len doplniť, mňa tak napadlo, že dôležitá vec môžem povedať, čo sa týka Ukrajiny a celkovej energetickej bezpečnosti. Keď ja som ako na Ukrajine pôsobil, tak mám k tomu nejaký taký emocionálny vzťah. V zásade sa nehovorí, alebo dosť málo hovorí o tom, že pokiaľ by sa tá taká veľmi horúca aktívna fáza vojny nejakým spôsobom zastabilizovala a bolo by jasné, že Rusi nepôjdu niekam ďalej za nejakú líniu, povedzme, tak ako sa to dáli teraz, tak v zásade tu máme strašne veľkú zdrojovú základňu. Na Ukrajine spotreba nejakých 150 terawatt hodín elektriny. A v zásade spotreba spadla nejakú tretinu kvôli vojne, sú tam samozrejme nejaké zničené alebo aj okupované zdroje. Ale povedzme, že niekde okolo možno 50, 60, 70 terawatt hodín by sa dokázalo de facto importovať z Ukrajiny. Nie je to vykúpenie, ale je to určite nejaký zdroj pomoci. Ide teda len o to, ako sprevádzkovať komerčné toky a možnosť importu z Ukrajiny na Slovensko do iných krajín. Čiže je tam ako, bude to naďalej bolieť, tie ceny budú naďalej vysoké, ale minimálne je tu nejaká pomoc v tom zmysle, že sa to otvorí z ničoho nič, proste ako keby niekoľko veľkých elektrární v Európe. Čiže toto môže pomôcť.
Dobre, ale tak vo všetkých vašich odpovediach, teraz nie som si celkom istý, ako či chceš niečo k tomu dodať?
Ja by som v rýchlosti akože možno upozornil na to, a bolo to už aj povedané, že ja by som bol veľmi opatrný s tým, ako narábame s tým konceptom, ty si tak povedal, že návrat do normálu. Hej? Mali sme tu 2,5 roka covidu, kde teda sme si to slovíčko obľúbili a veríme, že všetci budeme mať teda už teraz také normálne leto, potom prišla vojna a vy to tu máte, že innovation is the future. Myslím, že naozaj že týmto vstupujeme do sveta a ja teda vnímajúc minimálne tie klimatické vedecké dáta, ktorý sa bude rapidne meniť. Bude sa meniť tým, ako sa budú meniť planetárne podmienky, na čo budú reagovať proste geopolitické zriadenia, sociálne štruktúry. A myslím si, že bohužiaľ v tomto meniacom svete budeme proste musieť nastúpiť do módu, kde v zásade sa budeme konštantne prispôsobovať, v ideálnom stave sa budeme snažiť predvídať ten vývoj a budeme na ňo vedieť ako keby reagovať. Hej. Preto ja absolútne rozumiem tomu, že musíme sa tu rozhodovať medzi tým, že akú energiu budeme mať a či budeme mať energiu vôbec, ale za mňa je strašne dôležité ako keby pri tom konflikte, ktorý toto všetko spôsobuje, nestratiť ten základný vedecký pojem a to, že proste že uhlie, plyn a ropa sú fosílne palivá, ktoré ak budeme normalizovať a nebudeme užívať s vedomím v tej našej snahe adaptovať sa na ten meniaci sa svet, tak jednoducho nám to budú spôsobovať ten problém, pred ktorým ako keby varujeme. Hej. Čiže toto je pre mňa asi dôležité zdôrazniť, že my sa proste musíme nastaviť na to, že ten normál možno najbližšie dekády nepríde a budeme sa musieť naučiť tancovať.
Presne tam som chcel ísť aj s tou otázkou predtým, ako som ti teraz ešte dal slovo, lebo ako som vás počul, tak vždy ste spomínali, že neviete predikovať, ako dlho bude trvať ten konflikt. Keby sme teraz boli absolútne sa pozreli na nejaký negatívny scenár a ten konflikt by tu zamrzol a bol by povedzme 10-20 rokov v stave, kde Rusko by bol vyvrhel ako krajina a samozrejme my by sme s ním nemohli obchodovať. To potom sa nedá ale povedať, že by sme 20 rokov stali v tomto móde, v ktorom sme asi teraz, že nie. Takže, lebo konec koncov, ak sa nemýlim, tak aj Joe Biden sa ide rozprávať na budúci mesiac s Mohammedom bin Salmanom, že či Saudská Arábia nebude ťažiť viac. Čiže je tu predikcia, že možno, že na trhu sa objaví viacej ropy a to bude mať nejaký vplyv na cenu. Čiže skôr otázka teda znie, že keby zostala naozaj ten status quo, aký je teraz, ako skoro, alebo je vôbec nejaký predpoklad, že sa vrátime k tým plánom, ktoré sme mali pred tou krízou?
Teda môžem zareagovať, že za toho predpokladu, ktorý ste spomínal, že teda ten konflikt zamrzne, prirodzene tak ľudstvo má tú schopnosť byť pomerne adaptabilné, takže v podstate sa vytvorí niečo, že nejaký new normal, že v podstate nastavia sa nejaké také základné rámce na to, aby sme normálne fungovali. Verím teda, že nájdeme takéto niečo. No a presne, tak budú sa hľadať možnosti, alternatívy dodávok energii a tak ďalej, že čo vnímam, že asi sa nevrátime k tomu, že teda, aspoň z môjho pohľadu, že tá jedna časť tých váh, že environmental friendly, alebo tá klimatická, riešenie klimatickej zmeny, že bola pomerne vysoko prioritizovaná, možno na úkor iných vecí, alebo tie iné veci sa nevnímali až tak urgentne. Ale teraz naozaj si myslím, že aj v rámci kontextu ESG, že naozaj treba vnímať tie rizika a hľadať tú rovnováhu medzi nimi. A v rámci toho sa vytvorí nejaký new normal.
Kto chce na to nadviazať? Budem vyvolávať ako na základnej. Michal?
Áno, ja súhlasím s Andrejom, že sme adaptabilní a nevieme, čo bude, keď ten konflikt úplne zamrzne, ale ten prechod k tej fotovoltike, ktorý teraz vidíme, ten taký hurá prechod, že každý chce fotovoltaiku, každá firma vidí, že aký má účet za elektrinu a teraz povie, tak nainštalujem si panely, tak tam dostaneme sa k nejakej saturácii veľmi rýchlo a potom budeme musieť hľadať ďalšie možnosti, ktorých je viac. Jeden je uvažovať o ďalšom jadrovom zdroji, ktoré už v Európe sa otvorilo. Ďalší vec je bioplyn, spracovanie odpadu, to sa tiež otvára. Potom téma vodík, veľká na Slovensku, ktorá v podstate nám nevyrieši energetický problém. Je to tiež istý spôsob uskladňovania energie. To akože by som chcel tak zdôrazniť, že ľudia sa tak milia, že to je zdroj energie, že to je médium na uskladnenie, nič iné. No a možno fakt ísť do nejakých, možno fúzia nebude 40 rokov a 20, že investovať aj do týchto smerov, že myslieť aj troška dopredu sú tu jadrové reaktory 4. generácie, ktoré tiež majú budúcnosť, takže možností máme viac, len otázne je, že kam pôjdeme, to ja neviem, ale tých možností je viac určite aj a dobrých možností.
No, tiež asi musím súhlasiť s Andrejom, tam veľa sa toto k tomu nedá povedať, ako áno, budeme sa prispôsobovať, ale ja si myslím, že budeme sa, tak teda to zúžime na ESG, tak proste a vnímame ESG ako niečo, čo je z časti nejakým spôsobom marketing, keďže odráža ako keby nálady verejnosti a do čo je dobré investovať, do čo nie je dobré investovať. No tak bude sa mi ide ESG a ako vlastne skončím tým, čím som začal, že je dobré, že to nebude také dogmatické a nebude to stále, že poďme investovať iba do zelených, ale poďme robiť aj veci, ktoré sú možno aj fosílne, ale ktoré dávajú zmysel. Ja som nedávno počúval veľmi zaujímavý nejaký podcast s Danielom Yerginom, to je taký ten americký guru energetický, ktorý geopolitický a energetický a tam práve dával príklad toho, ako v Afrike potrebovali si postaviť plynovod, práve aby znižovali pálenie drevom a tak ďalej, aby vlastne ten plyn ako bol environment friendly a investičné banky, EBRD alebo ktokoľvek tam bol, povedal, že nie, plyn to je zlé. Hej, akože, a to si myslím, že to je dobré, to je to prispôsobenie, že to bude menej dogmatické, že to bude trošku viac, ako keby budeme rozmýšľať pri tom, OK, je to len preto, že to je fosíl, je to zlé, alebo má to nejaký zmysel, akože bude to trošku viac smart, dúfam.
Jakub, súhlasíš s tým naratívom?
To je tá otázka pre toho aktivistu. Nie, akože je to tá otázka takto, že ešte raz zdôrazním, že pre nás ako keby tá transformácia má aj ten sociálny rozmer. To je presne to, čo bolo povedané, že my nevnímame riešenie klimatickej krízy ako nejaký samostatný problém, ktorý musíme dať teraz na najvyšší piedestál. Proste tá klimatická kríza je komplexný problém, ktorý musíme riešiť komplexne. A jeho dobré a zlé riešenia budú mať na tú spoločnosť rovnaký dopad ako to, či ho budeme riešiť alebo budeme ignorovať. Ja naozaj som že želám, aby sme nenormalizovali koncept toho, že máme tu nejaké fosílne zdroje, ktorých v zásade akože využitie nemusí byť problém, ak bude naozaj, keby tak ako bolo povedané, že ideme sa pozerať na to, že čo do budúcna. Hej. Naozaj dostatočne aj v tom kontexte tej ukrajinskej krízy naplánovať ten phase out, čo sú tie oblasti, kde tie fosílne zdroje budeme potrebovať do naozaj akože posledného litra ropy, pretože tam nevieme nájsť tú náhradu dostatočne rýchlo a dostatočne efektívne. A čo sú možno oblasti a riešenia, kde vieme rýchlejšie, efektívnejšie implementovať obnoviteľné zdroje energie alebo alternatívne zdroje energie. Alebo naozaj, tak ako povedal Michal, čo sú tie alternatívne zdroje energie, do ktorých inovácia výskumu sa skutočne oplatí investovať a zatiaľ akože tam možno pokulhávame a rok a pol stagnujeme na diskusii vodík, kde naozaj súhlasím, tie jeho využitia sú veľmi, veľmi obmedzujúce. Čiže toto je pre mňa ako keby dôležité zdôrazniť, že jednoducho nenormalizovať dajme tomu teraz konkrétne zemný plyn, alebo áno, v porovnaní so spaľovaním dreva je to efektívnejší zdroj energie, ale vieme akože minimálne to, že za akých podmienok, respektíve nevieme presne za akých podmienok sa ten ruský zemný plyn napríklad ťaží, aké veľké úniky pri tej ťažbe a pri tom zadržiavaní sú a čo všetko to spôsobuje v kontexte toho problému, čo potom dáva na piedestál riešenie tej klimatickej krízy. Čiže naozaj pre mňa je dôležité brať to ako obmedzený súbor zdrojov, ktoré ešte máme k dispozícii a narábať s nimi naozaj veľmi, veľmi cielene a veľmi, veľmi dôsledne tak, aby nám vystačil na tie oblasti, ktoré jednoducho, ako som povedal, budú niekde na chvoste v tej transformácii, lebo je to drahé, lebo je to komplikované.
Tak budem pokračovať s tebou, pretože naozaj stále vlastne, čo sme pochopili za posledné 4 mesiace, v všetci vieme, aký je cieľ. Chceli by sme, aby sme naozaj zmenili ten mix energetický, aby to bolo viacej udržateľné, aby to bolo viacej zelené, ale aktuálne sme vo fáze, kedy hľadáme len náhradu zdrojov fosílnych palív z Ruska za iné fosílne palíva z iných zdrojov, ale proste zostáva to jednak jednej. A toto sa vníma ako krízový manažment. Nechceli sme to tak, ale proste sme v tej situácii. Máme ale čas, a to je otázka na teba, máme čas na to, aby sme povedzme teraz si, ja neviem, rok, ďalší, 2, nechcem povedať, že strácali, ale proste riešili to takouto formou z hľadiska tej klimatickej zmeny, lebo ak sa nemýlim, tak už teraz vedci hovoria, že už teraz je neskoro. Takže ako to je?
Nie, nemáme, ale to je zase ako keby tá druhá stránka tej mince, že súčasne rozprávať s človekom, ktorý nevie, z čoho zaplatí energiu na zimu, a o klimatickej kríze a o tom, aké obnoviteľné zdroje my tu môžeme mať v perspektíve 3-5 rokov, je veľmi komplikované. Čiže ja ako keby sa snažím pozerať z môjho uhla pohľadu alebo z pohľadu tej iniciatívy, tej časti spoločnosti, ktorú zastávam, na celé to spektrum toho, ako to dnes spoločnosť a jej jednotlivé ako keby zložky vnímajú. Ale áno, akože na základe vedeckých záverov ten čas nemáme, ale súčasne akože musíme si povedať, nemáme ani ako keby zázračné rýchle riešenia, ktoré by sme dokázali lusknutím prsta implementovať. Čiže preto hovorím, že je to o tom za mňa zodpovednom plánovaní, ale to musí byť podmienené naozaj tým, že v kontexte toho, že tu máme teraz nejakú krízu na Ukrajine, že tu máme krízu na Ukrajine, ktorá spôsobuje nevyhnutnosť toho, že potrebujeme teraz nájsť tie zdroje energie, že v kontexte toho budeme ďalších ako keby 3, 5, 10 rokov lpnúť na fosilných palivách. Jednoducho, toto je pre mňa to nebezpečenstvo. Nie to, že ich budeme dočasne využívať. A to je podľa mňa to niečo, čo stanoviť dnes vieme, a dokedy by sme ich v súčasnom režime využívať mohli, a za akých podmienok, a hlavne, ešte raz poviem, na aký účel.
Ďakujem ti veľmi pekne, poďme na otázky, ktoré nám poslal publikum. Začnem to prvou, ako vnímate aspekt sociálnosti pri cenách energií, ktorých rast nekončí. Pozitívum je, že je reálne očakávať zmeny správania spotrebiteľov. Čo to znamená v praxi? Pán Juris, vy pritakávate.
Pritakávam, že viem prečítať otázku. OK. Ten sociálny aspekt, a hlavne teraz pri tých, a prepáčte za výraz, že bláznivých, extrémne vysokých trhových cenách energií, podľa mňa, že je absolútne kľúčové. Proste túto vec uchopiť. A teda vidíme, krajiny sa na to pozerajú a hľadajú tie nástroje, každá má teda svoj nejaký spôsob, ale vnímam, že presne, že máme tu pomerne širokú skupinu obyvateľstva, ktorá je teda naozaj že zraniteľná alebo sociálne zraniteľná, a pri týchto cenách energií, ktoré teda a mnohé z nás ešte len narastú, že tie súčasné trhové ceny, ktoré vidíme, oni sa tak postupne dostávajú k tým konkrétnym odberateľom. Priemysel hneď plus minus, alebo pomerne rýchlo, ale že domácnosti to má vždy nejakú tú zotrvačnosť, ten systém. Takže tu je kľúčové z môjho pohľadu presne, že hľadať nástroje na vyslovene, že sociálnu podporu pre sociálne zraniteľných. Teda my ako úrad nerobíme sociálnu politiku, ale máme tam jeden taký aspekt, tzv. Energetická chudoba. Pripravujeme koncept riešenia a vôbec definície, že čo znamená energetická chudoba a ako tým domácnostiam v energetickej chudobe vieme pomôcť.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Chce niekto niečo doplniť? Respektíve tam bolo asi myslené, že zmeny správania spotrebiteľov, či spotrebitelia budú proste uberať od svojich potrieb.
Ja by som mal len taký nejaký dotaz k tomu, alebo nie dotaz, ale taký komentár, že napríklad pri týchto vysokých cenách a aj čo ty spomínal, nejaké špekulácie, tak môžu nastať také veci, že keď nejaká firma má napríklad kúpenú elektrinu za veľmi lacný peniaz na celý 1 rok, tak môže spraviť niečo také, že toto predá ako nejakej inej firme. A oni zistia, a to sa na Slovensku bežne stalo, nebudem menovať tú firmu, a povedali si, nám sa neoplatí teda vyrábať, my to elektrinu predáme tak draho, že my môžeme odstaviť celú výrobu a platiť zamestnancom, a ešte sme na tom zarobili. Takže sa dá robiť takáto špekulácia, v podstate sme ušetrili tým pádom CO2 emisie, lebo tá firma je odstavená, zarobila si a možno aj zaplatila z toho dane, neviem, či ako to je daňovo, ale jednoducho spravila v podstate výnos a nič nevyprodukovala. No a k tomu asi, k tej energetickej chudobe, ja sa úplne neviem vyjadriť ako firma, ktorá väčšinou my robíme s industriálnymi klientami, ale určite je to dôležitá téma, že zase nemôžeme dovoliť, aby v takejto civilizovanej krajine, ako je Slovensko, boli ľudia bez prístupu elektrickej energie.
Jasne,
takže
absolútne logicky.
Tie zmeny správania si podľa toho, v akej finančnej situácii ten konkrétny spotrebiteľ je, že práve vidíme, že všetci chcú fotovoltiky teraz, lebo chcú nejak zamedziť tomu, že vedia, že na budúci rok budú nakupovať ceny 5-násobne vyššie, takže tí, čo majú peniaze, určite fotovoltiku a všetko, čo sa dá spraviť a čerpadlá. A chudobnejší, bohužiaľ, tam bude nutné a nie je úplne férové očakávať riešenia si od URSO, je to skôr sociálna vec a mal by tam byť skôr ten, asi zo strany, neviem, ministerstva sociálnych vecí alebo niečo v tomto zmysle skôr asi pomoc s tým, že úrad asi áno, alebo ministerstvo hospodárstva definuje, čo to znamená byť energeticky chudobný. Tie definície teda sú, ale oni sa líšia.
Jakub?
Za mňa to už bolo v mnohom spomenuté, ako keby neviem úplne, že čo si predstaviť v kontexte tejto otázky zmeny správania spotrebiteľov, či to teda to, že odpájam alebo vypínam svetlo, alebo je to práve tie kategórie, o ktorých sa bavíme. Za mňa to je áno, presne o tom, že ako v tejto situácii menovite teda štát vie efektívne otvoriť dvere alebo pomôcť tým rôznym skupinám obyvateľov, ktorí majú záujem o zmenu toho správania. Či už je to teda áno, poviem si, idem si nainštalovať fotovoltaiku, lebo je to teraz dostupné, lebo sa mi tu otvárajú nejaké byrokratické že bariéry. Alebo to je potom práve o tom, že hľadám efektívny spôsob, ako pomôcť tým absolútne najzraniteľnejším. No a tam, akože neviem, že či to idem komentovať bulvárne, že vidíme, čo je sociálna politika tohto štátu zatiaľ, ale naozaj to, akým spôsobom sme schopní efektívne podporovať ľudí, ktorí v kontexte tejto situácie naozaj majú problém zaplatiť účty za energie. Zatiaľ je veľmi neefektívne a to ideme ešte do relatívne teplého leta a teda dúfam, že do tej zimy sa to podarí nastaviť efektívnejšie.
Tak v kontexte tej otázky asi to bolo myslené, že naozaj zmena toho spotrebiteľského správania, ono sa aj hovorí o tom, že stačí znížiť o 2 stupne napríklad vykurovanie v zime, prípadne chladenie, ak niekto má k dispozícii klímu a mohlo by to mať dopad na množstvo spotrebovanej, aj tej priemyselnej energie, nielen tej personálnej. Dobre, poďme na tú vodíkovú otázku od Filipa Urbana. Čo hovoríte na to, že budeme dovážať vodík z Ukrajiny? Teraz som si nie celkom istý, to je claim, to je fakt? To bolo povedané? Alebo je to teoreticky, že by to...
Hej, ja sa k tomu môžem vyjadriť.
Okay.
V podstate sme boli v kontakte s vodíkovou asociáciou ukrajinskou, pred vojnou v podstate. Riešili sme otázku záruk pôvodu na vodík. V modifikovanej forme je to isté, ako keby dovážať elektrinu z Ukrajiny. Je to v podstate len s tým rozdielom, že ak by sme dovážali vodík, no tak najprv by prebehla elektrolíza z obnoviteľných zdrojov a bol by to zelený vodík a dovážal by sa normálne plynovodom, čo v podstate možné je aj vzhľadom tomu, že na západe Ukrajiny sú obrovské plynové zásobníky. Neviem teda do akej miery je to využiteľné, ale predpokladám, že je. Takže možné to je, ale zase je to o tom, do akej miery bude stabilný ten konflikt, alebo prípadne aj, a dúfam, čo skoro aj skončí.
Tak otázka zase aj ten zdroj energie, ktorá sa použije na tú...
Je tam hromada...
Či to bude hnedý, modrý alebo zelený?
Je tam hromada zelených zdrojov. Na Ukrajine zhruba 15 terawatt-hodín, asi zhruba, čo je polovička spotreby Slovenska, fotovoltiky. Vietor tam moc nie je, ale sú tam veľké fotovoltické elektrárne. Oni väčšinou nie sú zničené, tak niektoré tie na východe sú, ale tie, čo sú vlastne na juhu, Odesa, Izmail, tak tie stále fungujú aj na západe. Problém je v tom, že tie elektrárne ako keby sú stranded cost, nedostávajú feed-in tarifu, tak ako to bolo dohodnuté, nevypláca sa nič, čiže oni sú zainteresovaní v tom, aby tú elektrínu mohli buď exportovať, alebo aby sa z nej mohlo práve vyrábať vodík, čiže aby z toho mali nejaký profit. Oni momentálne žiadny nemajú. V podstate sa tá elektrina, ktorá sa dneska produkuje na Ukrajine, väčšinou buď jadro, alebo balancuje tam ešte trošku plyn, ale je to hlavne o jadre.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Je tu jedna otázka, skúsim to paralelne hneď prekladať, že ako môžeme vôbec rozprávať o dosahovaní ESG cieľov, keď je to taký veľký problém odstrinúť sa vôbec od ruského plynu.
že je to evidentne proti Ečku, Sku aj Gčku. Ako sa na to pozeráte? Jakub, začnem tebou. Väčšinou pri tebe končím, tak začnem teraz.
Dobre, tak ja dám možno práve tú jednoduchú aktivistickú odpoveď. No, je to o tom, že jednoducho tak ako nás v niečom ako spoločnosť niektoré teda aspekty zaskočila korona, tak myslím si, že nás prekvapila aj tá vojna. Ja mám teda 25 a už som vyrastal v generácii, kde predstava vojny v tom civilizovanom svete bola teda niečo nie úplne prípustné alebo predstaviteľné. Ale jednoducho áno, je to o tom, že našou, ako by som to povedal, pohodlnosťou alebo takou tendenciou spoliehať sa na to, že tak ako fungoval svet posledných 30-40 rokov, tak bude fungovať, dokým sa nám nepodarí dosiahnuť tú krásnu uhlíkovú neutralitu Európy v roku 2050. A jednoducho spoliehali sme sa na tie dodávky ruského plynu, povedzme, že priveľmi. A zase sa vraciam k tomu môjmu ako keby nejakému strategickému rozmýšľaniu nad tými fosílnymi palivami, že ak ich tu máme a ak vieme, že teda minimálne pri niektorých, ako je napríklad ropa, máme aj obmedzené množstvo, ktoré vieme vyťažiť a vyčerpať, tak naozaj je podľa mňa veľmi dôležité nad nimi rozmýšľať strategicky. A nie ako hneď prvou možnosťou, ako tú energiu vieme vyrobiť. Aj keď áno, je to rýchle, pretože na to máme infraštruktúru, a vieme to častokrát práve doviesť od iných dodávateľov. Čiže za mňa, akože je to taká trošku možno naivná predstava, ale že za mňa to len zdôrazňuje to, že jednoducho sa od tých fosílnych palív musíme odstrihnúť a nech to odstrihnúť z nejakokoľvek radikálne. Nemyslím to tak, že zo dňa na deň, ale jednoducho tie alternatívne zdroje a obnoviteľné zdroje sú tá budúcnosť a musíme sa nad tým tak začať zamýšľať, pretože ponúkajú oveľa väčšiu mieru hlavne tej nezávislosti.
Michal? Som rýchlo tak reagoval, že ako som už raz povedal, že tie obnoviteľné zdroje sú fajn a treba ich veľa, ale aktuálne oni fungujú len s plynom, pretože ten plyn kliruje tie špičky. To znamená, že Nemci majú tiež obrovský problém a spoliehali sa na plyn, v podstate keď odstavili jadro, tak mysleli si, že nainštalujú veľa veterných elektrární a fotovoltiky, ale nainštalovali takisto veľa plynu, lebo ten plyn presne potrebný k tým...
Tak oni predĺžili životnosť jadrových elektrární, ak sa nemýlim.
Nepredĺžili, práve že nie. Aha. A ten plyn je aktuálne úplne nevyhnutný pre obnoviteľné zdroje. Takže plyn sa rovná k obnoviteľné zdroje. Bez toho to jednoducho nepôjde. A Nemci majú za to problém, lebo aj tie obnoviteľné zdroje budú mať obrovský problém bez toho plynu. Takže to je možno taká vec, čo si treba uvedomiť, že ten plyn je veľmi potrebný na obnoviteľné zdroje aktuálne. No a prečo sa nevieme napríklad my od neho tak ľahko oddeliť, tak 40 rokov alebo 50 sme boli pod sférou vplyvu Sovietskeho zväzu, máme vybudovanú infraštruktúru, ktorá je na vysokej úrovni a ťažko je sa o to odstrhnúť z dňa na deň a za to mám väčší problém ako všetky západoeurópske krajiny a je to logické a je fajn, že s tým konečne budeme niečo robiť. No.
Super. Nemusíte odpovedať, ale...
Môžem len veľmi rýchlo reagovať, skúsiť na to. Ja chápem ako ten morálny rozmer tej otázky, že je to ako keby... že my z toho hovoríme nejakých znešených cieľ a tam ako zamierajú ľudia a
nevieme jednoducho toto len vyriešiť.
Ja tomu rozumiem, ale možno k tomu plynu a dostanem sa naspäť k trhu. Ako v podstate naša energetika, ekonomika je v podstate ako odrazom nemeckej energetiky. To, čo podľa mňa spravilo Nemecko, je veľmi nezodpovedné. Zrušilo jadrové elektrárne ako prioritne, pritom nezrušilo uhlie. Ja sa to neviem vysvetliť, proste je to podľa mňa...
Fukushima.
No dobré, ale uhlie je viac, ako keď sme proste environment, tak poďme najprv zrušiť uhlie, asi to, čo je horšie pre životné prostredie. A v zásade, ako keď dostal sa k tej otázke trhu, že náš trh je reflexiou nemeckého trhu a nemecký trh, vlastne výroba elektriny v Nemecku je vo veľkej miere závislá práve na plyne. Na Slovensku to tak nie je. My keby sme sa ostrhli teraz od európskeho trhu, tak si tu žijeme celkom v pohode, máme tu jadro, máme tu vodu a cena elektriny je z ničoho nič, proste nie je 250, ale je 50, hej. A tento problém nemáme, čiže tu je zase otázka prepojenia ceny na burze na Slovensku sú odrazom nemeckej burzy, čiže toto je zase ako keby trošku zložitejší problém, že kto kto spravil to rozhodnutie, ako ísť takýmto smerom a bohužiaľ to rozhodnutie spravilo Nemecko a aj toto je dôsledok. Čiže je to taká tá zlé rozhodnutia a znova ešte chápem tú otázku a ten morálny rozmer.
Tak je to ako manželstvo v dobrom aj v zlom, ako sa hovorí, tak v tomto prípade v tom zlom sme stále spolu. Pán Juris, ak chcete, dobre, tak poďme, definitívne vám dám priestor na záverečné slovo, aby sme to skončili možno nejak pozitívne. Keby sme teraz vychádzali z toho, že ja neviem, na budúci týždeň by skončil konflikt na Ukrajine, hovorím, to je trošku fabulácia, ale predsa len, aký je the best case scenario, čo by sa mohlo diať a tak, aby sme sa zase vrátili k tým cieľom, aby sme naozaj sa mohli venovať k udržateľnosti, aby sme naozaj nemuseli riešiť zdroje, aby sme sa viacej mohli venovať zelenej energii. Čiže začneme vami, pán Juris, nech sa páči.
Keby sa toto stalo, a veríme, že sa to stane čoskoro, že ja si myslím, že to kľúčové, že naďalej, aby sme nezabudli na tú bezpečnosť dodávok, a aby teda to naďalej v nás rezonovalo tak, jak nás naučil COVID, že teda nemôžeme sa spoliehať na 100%, nejaké to trošku preženiem, 100% globalizovaný svet, že nám v prípade nejakej krízy všetko zabezpečí. Nie je to pravda, potrebujeme mať určitú robustnosť tej našej ekonomiky a teda energetická bezpečnosť je toho. Ale teda plne súhlasím tuto s Jakubom a veľmi sa mi páči, aj keď teda, že ja som skôr ten taký klasický energetik a vždy tá energetika s tými aktivistami tak boli na nože. Ale presne, že to vnímam, ako si povedal, že dobre, že riešme transition, povedzme si nejaký taký, že koľko rokov, čo budeme potrebovať, ale že ten výsledný cieľ je stále rovnaký. A ten je rovnaký aj to, čo bolo proste pred krízou. Len teda tie rôzne riziká vnímajme vo väčšej komplexite.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Jakub?
Ja by som si teda povedal, že súhlasím s tým, že si povedal, že súhlasíš, ale nie. Za mňa, áno,
vybavené,
to je to, čo som povedal na začiatku. Akože nemám pocit, jasné, že to je náročnejšie, ale nemám pocit, že Európska komisia zľavila z tých svojich cieľov. Hej. Track, na ktorý nastavila časovým plánom European Green Deal sa zásadne nezmenil. Fit for 55 ako nejaký základný balík legislatívy sa stále schvaľuje. Prišiel Repower EU, ktorý sa snaží reagovať na tú situáciu. Čiže súhlasím s tým, že ten cieľ sa nemení. Čiže pokiaľ by ten konflikt na Ukrajine skončil, tak pre mňa je zase dôležité byť schopný adaptovať sa a hrať s tými premennými a jednoducho, keď ten cieľ je stále rovnaký, tak myslím si, že cieľom v tom meniacom sa svete pri nás by malo byť naozaj nájsť spôsob, ako vieme efektívne plánovať naprieč tými zložkami tej spoločnosti. Hej? Tak ako vedia inovácie, proste tak ako môže verejná správa lepšie reagovať na inovácie, aby sa legislatíva menila tak, že následne spotrebitelia vedia využívať riešenia, s ktorými prichádza biznis a vice versa. Čiže za mňa je podľa mňa toto kľúčové, že vidíme, že ten svet sa rýchlo mení, bude sa rýchlo meniť a my musíme byť schopní na ňo reagovať.
Jakub, ďakujem veľmi pekne. Kristián Takáč, záverečné slova.
Zobrať si ponaučenie, aby som to tak zhrnul, že proste, aby sme presne ako nezabudli na to, čo tu bolo. V podstate, ak to budeme mať, keby sme tu už dnes mali nejakých 100% obnoviteľných zdrojov, tak vlastne tá vojna na Ukrajine možno nie je, lebo nemá Rusko taký vplyv na to, čo sa deje. Takže zobrať si ponaučenie, brať bezpečnosť vážne a pokračovať v tom úsilí, v ktorom sme nastúpili. Možno vo väčšej miere trošku angažovať iné krajiny, hlavne Čínu teda, ale aj Rusko v podstate, lebo bez nich to asi nemá moc zmysel. Tá planéta je iba jedna.
Ďakujem ti veľmi pekne. A Michal?
No ja možno som vrtal počas tohto rozhovoru do Jakuba, ale v princípe s tým súhlasím. Aj sa mi páči, ako to povedal, že tie obnoviteľné zdroje treba podporovať a ja verím, že tá fotovoltika sa bude rozvíjať ďalej spolu možno s batériami, čo bolo v našom záujme. A to ponaučenie by sme si mohli zobrať, že možno aj Slovensko by mohlo viac investovať do vedy a do technology transfer, lebo vidíme, že tie nové technológie aktuálne by sme mohli využiť. Takže asi toľko.
Tak, vidíte, na tom sa absolútne všetci zhodli, samozrejme. To je jedna z tých vecí, ktoré by sme naozaj chceli dosiahnuť. Ďakujem veľmi pekne, ešte raz veľký potlesk pre pána Andreja Jurisa, predsedu nezávislého úradu pre reguláciu sieťových odvetví, ale aj Jakub Herbáň bol našim panelistom z iniciatívy Klima ťa potrebuje, Kristián Takáč, konzultant v Energy IT a samozrejme Miško Chudý, spoluzakladateľ, obchodný riaditeľ Powerex. Ďakujem veľmi pekne, ďakujem milí priatelia, to bol
Záverečný panel. Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Veľa zdravia, ďakujeme naozaj. Môžete si na chvíľočku sadkať, pretože nám tu zostáva už len jeden bod nášho programu a na ten si pozvem už samozrejme šéfa MČMu. Práve teraz Ronald prichádza, takže Ronald Blaško, záverečné slova. Tak mali sme možnosť počuť viacero názorov. Mikrofón, jednu handku, páni, ak by ste nám vedeli dať. Super, ďakujeme veľmi pekne. Čo by sme si mali dnes odniesť z toho, čo sme počuli v rámci prvej diskusie práve na tému udržateľnosť, zelené riešenia a tak ďalej, ktorú ste zastrešovali vy ako MČM?
Príjemné popoludne prajem všetkým. Ja som chcel najprv poďakovať všetkým, ktorí s nami zostali až teraz do konca. Vám, Roman, za skvelé moderovanie. Myslím, že tá téma dosť zarezonovala. Ja som veľmi rád, že nás sledovalo aj online niekoľko desiatok ľudí. Tu sme mali prítomných zhruba 60 ľudí. Myslím, že sme mali veľmi zaujímavý program. A ja trošku budem nestranný, pretože ten posledný panel sa mňa ako celkom dosť dotýkal. Ja som 10 rokov robil v slovenských elektrárniach. Robil som aj v jadrovej elektrárni v Mochovciach. Mňa veľmi príjemne prekvapilo, že som od žiadneho aktivistu nepočul, že musíme vypnúť jadro, lebo toto v mojich časoch vôbec nebolo bežné. Ani pán Hojsík, ani tu klima ťa potrebuje a tak ďalej sme nepočuli nič negatívne proti jadru. Práve naopak, bolo tam skôr nepochopenie, prečo sa vypli tie jadrové elektrárne v Nemecku, alebo sa vypínajú tento rok už úplne posledné. A v čase, keď ja som pôsobil, pán Kristián Takáč bol na DG Energy, ja som bol tiež v Bruseli, pre jadrovú lobby som robil a vtedy sme mali diskusiu. Tam bola vlastne Energy Roadmap 2050. Jadro sa takmer vôbec s ním nerátalo a teraz hovoríme zase o nejakej renesancii, minimálne v našom regióne. Čiže v tomto prípade budem dosť nestranný, ma veľmi potešilo a to, čo som počul, dokonca ma aj napadol jeden citát, myslím, že pán Juric bude poznať také meno Jaroslav Míl. To bol človek, ktorý bol kedysi šéfom slovenských elektrární v Čechách, čo je ČES. A bol to človek, ktorý dokončil jadrovú elektráreň Temelín a ten povedal v 2008 roku, že elektrina bude, elektrina nebude lacná a nebude pre všetkých. Ja teda podľa toho, čo som tu počul, vyzerá to tak, že nie sme ďaleko od tých jeho prorockých slov, ale ja dúfam, že bude elektrina pre všetkých, lebo toto je budúcnosť, je to médium, ktoré vieme ľahko prenášať. Je to čistá elektrina, pokiaľ teda vieme využiť tie technológie, ktoré sú k dispozícii. Taktiež ma celkom zaujalo, čo povedal, prepáčte, kolega, ktorý sedel vedľa vás, ten povedal, Michal hovoril o inováciách a my sme dali názov, teda Innovation is the Future, ako tejto konferencie. A my ako v rámci Americkej obchodnej komory, keď sa pozriete vlastne, o čo sa snažíme, Innovation Capital, to je podpora investícií do vedy a techniky. Ja si myslím, že my tie výzvy, ktoré sú pred nami, zvládneme iba vtedy, keď budeme inovovať. Kľúčové slova aj z prvej, aj z druhej, aj z tretej panelovej diskusie bola spolupráca, veda, výskum, inovácie, nový mindset, nové myšlienky, zmena myslenia a prehodnotenie hodnot. A ja si myslím, že o tom je ESG, tak ako som hovoril v svojom úvodnom príhovore, musíme sa na to pozerať úplne inak. Pán Juris povedal, že žijeme v inom svete a na iný svet sa musíme pripraviť zmenou myslenia, zmenou a prehodnotením našich hodnot. Ja by som vás všetkých chcel teda ešte raz vám poďakovať, že ste s nami zostali, za podporu našim partnerom. To pán moderátor, keby ešte raz vymenoval všetkých našich sponzorov, bez ktorých by sme toto podujatie nevedeli zorganizovať. Trošku nám potrvá, pokiaľ toto spracujeme. Určite pripravíme nejaký executive summary, ktorý budeme zdieľať so všetkými. No a prosím, zachovajte nám priazne do budúcnosti a chcem ešte raz veľmi pekne poďakovať.
Ďakujeme veľmi pekne pánovi Ronaldovi Blaškovi. Ďakujeme veľmi pekne ako šéfovi Americkej obchodnej komory na Slovensku. Krásny deň. Ešte jednu vec vás chceme pozvať. Teda najprv poďakujem partnerom a potom vám vysvetlím, že ešte máme program pre vás pripravený. Už je to taký, samozrejme, voľnočasový. Ak budete chcieť, môžete, ak nebudete chcieť, nemusíte, ale chceli by sme sa poďakovať teda partnerom, špeciálne prémiovým partnerom, ktorými sú City, ako aj Corvin a Svizri. Hlavnými partnermi sú Philip Morris Slovakia, Slovnaft, Smarthead a SPP. Partnermi IPM Group, KPMG, startup je PowerX, takže aj im, zároveň aj za účasť v našom paneli prostredníctvom Michala. Asovending, Dolphin, Uprazme Slovensko, Vegan Pub a podnikajte.sk. Všetkým partnerom veľmi pekne ďakujeme. A teraz k tomu ďakujeme naozaj. Zaslúžia si potlesk, pretože či už bez finančnej podpory alebo teda materiálnej podpory by sme to samozrejme nemohli zvládnuť. My sme síce odpratali všetko, ale ešte na chvíľočku toto bude horieť, pretože máme tu krátke videjko. Lá, platí to? Áno, pretože to videjko sa viaže na ten opcionálny program, ktorý máme pre vás pripravený, keďže sa nachádzame v Wine Parku, ako ste počuli, platinová budova, alebo ak chcete najzelenšie, a ak máte chuť, ešte stále nie je úplne dostávaná, respektíve sú tam priestory, ktoré nie sú úplne definitívne zariadené, ale ľudia z Corvinu sú pripravení vám ju poukazovať. Čiže ak máte chuť sa pozrieť naozaj, ako to vyzerá, tento uhol pohľadu na architektúru a funkčnú architektúru samozrejme tu na Slovensku, tak nech sa páči, môžete sa stať súčasťou takej malej túry po budove. A k tomu máme aj spomínané video, tak nech sa páči, najprv si ho pustíme.